Chapter 32:17. Have you heard? It rained blood for 3 days and 3 nights in the billions of miles around the southern immortal continent. The Sword Saint sect is still haunted by resentful spirits and crying ghosts. It's too tragic. Such a powerful sect was destroyed just like that. I heard that the Sword Saint sect used all their resources in that battle. 3 patriarchs who sealed themselves in stone were born, but even the 3 patriarchs died in battle. Yes, no one escaped. Now, the southern immortal continent has basically fallen completely. The cultivators of the 9 continents were all talking about this matter. The Sword Saint sect, an ancient sect that had existed since the primordial era, was destroyed just like that. Until now, many people still couldn't believe that this matter was true. It was like a dream. Such a powerful sect. How many storms had it gone through? Now, it was destroyed too suddenly. The cultivators of the 9 continents were extremely angry. Their killing intent was monstrous. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. They killed more than 2 million people of the Sword Saint sect with the excuse of something that didn't exist. Such crimes were too numerous to count. Now, it's either life or death. There's no other choice, many people said. If the 9 continents perished, for many people, there was no place to stay in this world. The 9 continents was their homeland. Family, friends, fellow disciples, lovers, family, all of them were here. If their homeland fell, perhaps, they would all die tragically here. This was something that could be foreseen. Such a thing. No one wanted to see it, even if a small number of people could go to the extraterrestrial worlds. However, if they went to the extraterrestrial worlds, they would only live under someone else's roof and live a life worse than a dog's. I have no regrets even if I die to protect my homeland. On this day, a voice came from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect expressed their attitude. That was to fight the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces to the death. Let's go. Join the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has Lin Feng, Lord Tortoise, tens of millions of cultivators, and immortal artifacts. It's definitely one of the most powerful local forces of the 9 continents. I hope the Reincarnation Immortal sect will accept us. A large number of cultivators went to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. And on this day, the cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was mobilized and began to wipe out the cultivators of the Northern Barbarian state, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. The Northern Barbarian state was one of the 9 states. The Lord of the Northern Barbarian state. It was the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After learning about the destruction of the Sword Saint Immortal sect, Lin Feng directly gave the order to attack the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces. This was the most powerful counterattack. At the same time, many demons from the ancient demon continent took action and began attacking the cultivators of the ancient demon continent, the other realm races, and other foreign factions. The Stone Golem King stirred up a storm in Dragonfire Province, leading his subordinates to fight against the cultivators of the 3 factions. As for the 5 Yazi, they began to attack the Supreme Immortal sect. The entire 9 regions fell into great turmoil. If we destroy the natives of the 9 prefectures, the 9 prefectures' great world, which contains countless shocking secrets, will fall into our hands. These lowly races of the 9 regions should have been destroyed long ago. After destroying those lowly creatures, we will have a lot of time to explore the shocking secrets hidden in the 9 prefectures. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors of other foreign factions sneered. The smoke of the war filled the 9 prefectures' great world. The forces of the 9 prefectures were still too weak. A large number of forces had been destroyed. Countless cultivators had died tragically. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign factions had also suffered great losses. However, there were too many cultivators from the 3 factions. They continuously descended from the extraterrestrial realms. Then, they joined the battlefield. But the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, just those, 1 dead, 1 less. The current 9 prefectures. It was already barren for billions of miles. Blood rained down. Even during the day, evil spirits could be seen wandering everywhere. The prosperity of the 9 prefectures could no longer be seen. It was as if it had turned into purgatory on earth. Homeland, mountains and rivers. Lin Feng looked at the shattered 9 prefectures and the countless corpses. He felt a little sad. The 9 prefectures was his homeland. Now, but he couldn't stop this war from happening. The only thing he could do was to try his best to kill more cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign factions. He wanted to avenge the dead cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the billions of innocent people outside the northern barbarian state. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign factions had gathered. A total of 5 million cultivators. 37 great emperors. This time, the 3 factions even sent out 2 emperor-level experts. These 2 emperor-level experts were the Sacred God Clan's expert, Shang Shiwu, and the Ancient God Clan's expert, Shun Wandao. Other than these 2 emperor-level experts, they also sent out 5 emperor-level experts. These 5 emperor-level experts were the guardian of the heavenly demon emperor's son, the Old Golden Crow. Back then, the Old Golden Crow's emperor-level clone was killed by Lin Feng. However, the Old Golden Crow's original body was even stronger. An emperor-level expert could dominate an area. He was an extraterrestrial overlord. Other than the Old Golden Crow, the other 4 emperor-level experts were the Golden Sacred Lion race's emperor-level overlord god, the Een Corpse race's emperor-level Old Man Enamo, the Sacred God Clan's emperor-level Shang Churu, and the Scorpio race's emperor-level Lady Thousand Poison. The combat strength of these 4 emperor-level experts was extremely terrifying. The other great emperors included 10 immortal emperor-level experts and 20 god emperor-level experts. In addition, there were 5 million cultivators. With such a powerful force gathered together, one could imagine how terrifying it was. 2 emperor-level experts, 5 emperor-level experts, 10 immortal emperors, and 20 god emperor-level experts led 5 million cultivators to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in the northern barbarian state in order to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect is going to be destroyed this time. That Master Turtle and Lin Feng, they're dead meat this time. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other factions were extremely excited when they heard the news. Many people were discussing this matter. They were looking forward to the destruction of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Ever since the chaos of the 9 prefectures began, the factions of the 9 prefectures were basically unable to withstand the attacks of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions. Only a few especially powerful factions could contend with the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect was undoubtedly one of the most powerful factions. If they could destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, in the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other factions, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures would be greatly affected. From then on. Chapter 32:18. Northern Barbarian State. The atmosphere was tense. The entire northern barbarian state was shrouded in endless dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Many people knew this was a battle that concerned the survival of the 9 states. The curtain was about to rise. The cultivator army of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces marched toward the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in an orderly manner. They were like heavenly soldiers and divine generals. Everywhere they passed, countless living beings. They all knelt down. With such an army and so many great emperors leading them, they could easily wipe out any force. Half a month later, my lord, we'll reach the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in another 300 miles. The scout in front came to report. This cultivator army was led by 2 emperor-level powerhouses, Shang Su and Shun Wandao. After hearing the scout's report, Shang Shu said, "Order the army to march forward quickly." Yes. After receiving the order, the scout quickly retreated and issued the latest order. The army sped up. After 2 hours, they arrived outside the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. In the vast ancient forest, it was extremely quiet. The reincarnation immortal sect was surrounded by a powerful Dharma formation. Therefore, they couldn't see what was going on inside. The 5 million cultivator army charged toward them. The densely packed cultivator army surrounded the entire reincarnation immortal sect. No one. They couldn't escape. Lin Feng, you brat, come out and die. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Shen Wandao sneered. The 37 great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces, as well as the 5 million cultivator army, all wore cold and emotionless expressions. In their opinion, this time, Lin Feng and the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect, only death awaited them. Even the gods couldn't save them. You're courting death by coming to the reincarnation immortal sect of your own accord. Do you think you've lived too long? If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell today. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out from the reincarnation immortal sect. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were enraged. In the face of such a huge army of cultivators, there were also 37 great emperors. Lin Feng was still so arrogant. Now, many people wanted to capture Lin Feng and ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. In their opinion, directly killing Lin Feng would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. Only Lin Feng would be cut into 1,000 pieces. He was tortured to death. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Lin Feng, you brat. When you fall into my hands, I really want to know what kind of expression you'll have on your face at that time. Shang Shiwu said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations surged out. He saw formation runes intertwined in the void. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect, and formations were one of the foundations of his foothold. Waging war against the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, Lin Feng would naturally borrow the power of the array formation. During this period of time, Lin Feng, the emperors of the reincarnation immortal sect, and the reincarnation immortal scripture, they used more than 500,000 kinds of precious formation materials to set up various large formations. Lin Feng and the others set up a total of 9 killing formations. These 9 killing formations were the Xian Pin formation, the Immortal Slaying formation, the Dragon Slaying formation, the God Slaying formation, the Ancient Demon Slaying formation, the Immemorial Thunder God formation, the 9 Heavens and 10 Earth Reincarnation formation, the Trillion Sword Sea formation, and the 10,000 Demons Immortal formation. These killing formations, any of them, they could be said to be powerful enough to shock the heavens. When 9 of them were stacked together, their power was extremely strong. Naturally, it was hard to imagine. In addition to these killing formations, there were many other large formations, such as 5 types of psychedelic formations, 6 types of binding formations, and so on. All kinds of large formations, added together, there were a total of 72 types. Now, Lin Feng activated all of these large formations. In the eyes of each large formation, there were piles of supreme-grade origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and even immortal stones piled up into mountains. It was difficult for cultivators to truly activate such a powerful formation. It required a large amount of energy. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. However, over the years, Lin Feng had obtained so many opportunities, all kinds of origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones. Now, these resources, it was enough to play a key role. White fog rolled. The large formations interweaved. The myriad races, the foreign races, and the 5 million troops of other foreign forces. They were all enveloped in the large formation. 8 trigrams, the army is divided into 8 groups, following the orders of the emperors. Shun Wandao said indifferently. These people were already prepared. Therefore, before they came, they had already divided the work clearly. They were very clear about who was in which position and which great emperors were leading them. After the large formation was activated, Lin Feng did not directly launch an attack. Instead, he ordered Du Zhu, release poison. A large amount of poison. It filled the air. The air is filled with poison. Many people from the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign forces were poisoned, and their faces were pale. Their combat strength dropped greatly. Some people were even poisoned to death. "Where are the people of the Dew clan?" Saint Emptiness said coldly. At this moment, cultivators stepped out from the cultivator army in the 8 directions. In response to Saint Emptiness's question, these people, they were all from the Dew clan. The Dew clan, one of the myriad races. This race was born with lethal poison in their bodies, and they could devour all kinds of poison to increase their cultivation. However, there were not many of them. At their peak, there were only tens of thousands of them. Now, there were only about 10,000 of them. But even though their numbers were small, in the heavenly sage great world, basically, no one dared to provoke this clan, because this clan's methods were too strange. This time, a total of 80 experts of the Dew clan arrived. These 80 experts of the Dew clan were scattered in various positions. After receiving the order, these experts of the Dew clan began to display their powerful poison techniques. Twisting whirlpools appeared above them. Those twisting whirlpools, they began to crazily devour the poison fog that filled the air, even the poison fog that entered the bodies of those cultivators. It was all absorbed by these experts of the Dew clan. Not good. These cultivators of the Dew clan are very powerful. I'm afraid that using poison to deal with them will not work. Duzu's expression changed slightly when he saw the situation outside. Lin Feng said, "No matter. Even if the poison is ineffective, our great array is not just for show. Everyone, follow me and activate the great array." Lin Feng gave the order to activate the great array. Instantly, the 20 million cultivator army of the reincarnation immortal sect, they all acted. Powerful magic power poured into the great array. Origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones were constantly burned to support the great array's energy consumption. Boom, boom. All kinds of terrifying attacks. They fell from the sky. Chapter 32:19. Activate the Dharma Treasures. When the earth-shattering attacks came crashing down, Ezechan's eyes lit up. The great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all shouted. Among the 8, all the cultivators took out their Dharma treasures. They were shields that looked like the shell of a black tortoise. That kind of shield. It was called the Black Tortoise Shield. It was rumored that it had fused with the shell of the sacred beast, the black tortoise. Hence, it was exceptionally sturdy. This was a very special defensive Dharma treasure because it had been forged for a very long time. Hence, it was difficult to determine what grade it was. However, the power of this defensive Dharma treasure almost reached the power of an emperor weapon. Among the 8, they each took out 100 black tortoise shields. There were a total of 800 black tortoise shields. This was one of the foundations of the myriad races. They had so many powerful defensive Dharma treasures. These black tortoise shields connected into one. They formed a black tortoise shield array. It condensed into a light shield that looked like the shell of a black tortoise. It protected the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces below. When the various attacks formed by the ultimate kill array struck down, unexpectedly, all of them had been blocked. "Young master, this is bad. Those shields are really powerful. Our ultimate kill array can't break their defense." The evil Dominator Saint's expression suddenly changed. "Don't panic. The more it's like this, the more calm you must be," Lin Feng said. He continued to activate the array to deal with the three-way alliance army. "Ha ha ha ha. The Reincarnation Immortal Sex Array can't break our defense. Take this opportunity to break the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Array." A great Emperor Cultivator roared excitedly. Hearing this, the morale of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces was greatly boosted. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 million cultivators unleashed an extremely terrifying combat strength. All sorts of powerful attacks directly attacked the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Array. If too much time passed, the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Array would definitely be broken. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces came prepared. These people had almost thought of every possible situation. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, Some of the great arrays were broken one after another. For Lin Feng sighed. This was an extremely unfavorable situation. Thousands of miles of dikes burst. It begins with the ant nest. As such, the destruction of the first great formation could not be underestimated. The first deployment spell has been broken. Everybody, let's do our best. Soon, the Reincarnation Celestial Sect's deployment spell will be broken. Then, we'll destroy the Reincarnation Celestial Sect and capture Lin Feng alive. A great Emperor-level expert shouted, "Destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Capture Lin Feng alive. Destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and capture Lin Feng alive. Destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and capture Lin Feng alive." An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. It shook the void. There were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. His own aura, it had reached its peak. Their attacks became fiercer and more powerful. As for Lin Feng and the others, their situation was extremely bad. If the Great Formation was truly destroyed, in that case, all that was left of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was the Sect Protection Array. At that time, he would have no choice but to break out. "Young Master, someone wants to see you." He said that he can solve the current crisis. A cultivator who came to deliver the order arrived. "Oh, he can solve the current crisis? Invite him over." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave the order. Yes. The cultivator who came to deliver the order quickly left. Not long after, a middle-aged cultivator followed the cultivator who came to deliver the order. "I am Yuan Zhongshu. Greetings, young master." The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. This was a Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator. He should have just broken through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. Therefore, he was only at the first heaven of the Boundary Emperor Realm. Lin Feng had many Boundary Emperor Realm experts under him. In addition, during this period of time, many experts had joined the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know everyone. Lin Feng didn't know the cultivator in front of him, Yuan Zhongshu. "Sir, you said that there is a way to break the Black Tortoise Shield Array? I wonder if it's true?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. He addressed Yuan Zhongshu as Mr. Naturally, he gave Yuan Zhongshu enough face. Yuan Zhongshu was extremely satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. A capable person, he was more or less a little arrogant. He hoped to be valued. Yuan Zhongshu. Naturally, it was the same. "Young master, please take a look." At this moment, Yuan Zhongshu stretched out his right hand. In his right hand, he was holding a golden puppet. This golden puppet, it was a sculpture of an eagle. It was lifelike. At any time, anywhere. It was as if it was about to spread its wings and fly. Puppet technique. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not understand why Yuan Zhongshu took out this puppet at this moment. "Yes, it is the puppet technique. My ancestors were from the puppet family." Yuan Zhongshu said. "Mister, why did you take out this puppet?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. Yuan Zhongshu said, "All living things have their nemesis. The black tortoise is the most powerful race of the tortoise race, while the tortoise race is countered by the eagle race, the rat race, and the snake race. The other party took out 800 black tortoise shields to form the black tortoise shield array and blocked the attack of our ultimate killing array. However, it is not as if we have no way of dealing with these black tortoise shields. The key lies in the Golden Divine Eagle puppet. The Golden Divine Eagle is one of the most powerful races in the Eagle clan. It is the nemesis of turtles. Its sharp claws can instantly pierce through the shells of turtles. The Golden Divine Eagle puppet is made with large amounts of Gongjin Divine Iron and Divine Bones of the Golden Divine Eagle. Its strength is concentrated in its claws, and it can instantly unleash its strongest attack. It will definitely be able to destroy those black tortoise shields, Lin Feng said. But the black tortoise shields are too tough. Can they really be destroyed? Yuan Zhongshu said. If the black tortoise shields were made with large amounts of black tortoise shell, it would naturally be difficult to destroy them. However, the shell of the sacred beast black tortoise is not that easy to obtain. These black tortoise shields have very little of the sacred beast black tortoise's shell. Thus, the Golden Divine Eagle puppet's claws can easily crush some of the runes on the shields. As long as the runes are destroyed, the Black Tortoise Shield Array will no longer be able to operate. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had carefully observed the 800 Black Tortoise Shields earlier. Lin Feng discovered that the reason why these 800 Black Tortoise Shields could form the Black Tortoise Shield Array was because of the Black Tortoise Shield Array. The key factor was the runes on the Black Tortoise Shields. The runes awakened one after another and connected together to form the Black Tortoise Shield Array. The Black Tortoise Shield Array condensed a huge energy barrier that resembled the shell of a black tortoise. It blocked the attacks of the various ultimate killing arrays. If the runes on the Black Tortoise Shields were destroyed, the runes would not be able to connect together. So what if the Black Tortoise Shields could still be activated? How many people would the Black Tortoise Shields be able to protect if they could not form the Black Tortoise Shield Array? When the time came. Chapter 32:20. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Zhongshu and asked, "Sir, how many golden godly eagle puppets do you have?" "I have more than 1,000," Yuan Zhongshu replied. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. If there were only 1,000 puppets, it would not be a lot. Lin Feng could not help but ask, "Can you guarantee that the puppets will be able to withstand the enemy's attacks?" Yuan Zhongshu shook his head and said, "Their attacks are so powerful that the gold godly hawk puppet won't be able to withstand it. We need to find 8 teams to enter the formation and kill the myriad races, the outer realm races, and the other forces that have formed the 8 tribes. These people are mainly responsible for attracting the attention of the 8 tribes, and the 8 tribes will definitely concentrate all their strength to eliminate this group of cultivators. Then, at this time, these cultivators will quickly release the gold godly hawk puppet. At such a close distance, once the gold godly hawk puppet is activated, then with the speed of the gold godly hawk puppet, the enemy won't be able to react at all, and the gold godly hawk puppet will succeed." Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He knew what the fate of these people would be. These people, almost all of them, had only one path: death. The number of people who would be able to return alive could be counted on one hand. However, this was war. War meant bloodshed. Du Zhu, personally select 8 teams. Each team will have 10,000 people, and each person will be protected by 3 divine artifacts. The names of the people who were selected were recorded on a list. Their families and children will receive generous rewards and the best care of the reincarnation immortal sect. They will not have to worry about their families. Lin Feng gave the order. Understood. Du Zhu received the order. Then, he quickly went to select suitable candidates. Soon, Du Zhu selected 80,000 people. Lin Feng looked at the 80,000 people gathered together and said solemnly, "Brothers, success or failure depends on this. I'm counting on you. We're willing to go through fire and water for young master. We'll die without regrets," the 80,000 cultivators said in unison. Soon, they split into 8 teams and entered the formation. Under the protection of the formation, they charged toward the myriad races, the other races, and the other races. The 8 tribes. Each division had at least 600,000 soldiers. Furthermore, there were even great emperors guarding the place. As for the cultivator army attacking the 8 tribes, there were only 10,000 of them. Therefore, such a battle. It was like striking a rock with an egg. However, no one flinched. "You don't know what's good for you. Kill them all." The great emperors of the 8 tribes were indifferent when they saw the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect charging toward them. In the eyes of these people, the cultivator army was no different from people who had come to seek death. The cultivators from the group of 8 surrounded the cultivators from the reincarnation immortal sect. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of attacks were launched. That earth-shattering attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect were killed one after another. Kill them. Protect our homeland. Protect our loved ones. Guard our home. Yi Futian said. Even if I die 9 times, I have no regrets. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect roared. They charged toward the group of 8 without fear of death. The group of 8 tribes attacked coldly. They harvested the corpses of the cultivators. More and more cultivators were being killed. Looking at the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died in a bloody battle, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tears. It was too tragic. This was a blood feud. Finally, the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect charged toward the group of 8. The cultivators with the golden godly eagle puppets were protected at the back. The cultivators at the front charged toward the group of 8 without fear of death. They were getting closer and closer to the group of 8. This was to give them an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. One by one, the cultivators brought out their golden divine hawk puppets. Then, they instantly activated them. Swoosh! Divine lights flashed. The golden godly eagle puppets were activated. The golden god hawk puppets that had been activated instantly turned into golden god hawks one after another. Each of the golden godly eagles looked lifelike. They were no different from the real deal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh then. The golden godly eagles flew toward the black tortoise shield. The golden godly eagles opened their sharp claws and clawed at the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield. Slash! Slash! The claws of the golden godly eagles were too powerful. The sound of tearing could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield was torn apart by the claws of the golden godly eagles. Then, the claws of the golden godly eagles landed on the black tortoise shield. The black tortoise shield was extremely hard. It was unrealistic for the golden godly eagles to completely shatter the black tortoise shield. The golden godly eagles were not there to shatter the black tortoise shield. They only needed to destroy the array patterns on the black tortoise shield. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The claws of the golden godly eagles landed on the black tortoise shield. The black tortoise shields were scratched and scratched by the golden shinning eagle. Some of them even had a large piece of it torn off. The black tortoise shield was damaged. The array patterns on the black tortoise shield were naturally damaged as well. The black tortoise shield array, formed by 800 black tortoise shields, was instantly destroyed. Not good. These people are here to destroy the black tortoise shield array. The great emperors of the 8 were all incomparably furious. Kill, kill, kill. Tear them into pieces. These great emperors roared in anger. Young master, we have no regrets following you for the rest of our lives. We hope that young master will be able to quell the chaos in the 9 prefectures. When the 9 prefectures have calmed down, there will be no need to erect a monument for us. We are willing to do all of this. If there is an afterlife, we are still willing to submit to young master. Many of the cultivators who were surrounded shouted loudly. Puff, puff, puff. But immediately after, their bodies were torn apart by the attacks of the 8. The 80,000 cultivator army. None of them survived. They were all killed by the 8. To have subordinates like you in this life, it is Lin Feng's honor. Lin Feng bowed in the direction of the 80,000 undead. When he stood up, in his eyes, his killing intent was overflowing. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to kill. Kill all of these myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers. For the dead, take revenge. Attack! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Attack! Du Zhu and the others all shouted loudly. Their voices shook the heavens. Everyone worked together to activate the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attack was activated and once again blasted towards the 8. Now that they no longer had the protection of the black tortoise shield array, the 8 had no choice but to personally defend against the attacks that descended from the sky. The battle had reached its climax. 9 types of killing arrays and many auxiliary arrays displayed their might. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies exploding rang out one after another. A large number of myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers exploded one after another. Chapter 32:21. Seeing the cultivators from the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces being massacred, Lin Feng felt extremely happy. The more people from the 8 tribes died, the better. The more people died, the more people died. Lin Feng felt more gratified. Kill! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. The reincarnation immortal sect's cultivator army roared as they activated the formation. Everyone's eyes were blood red. The deaths of their comrades. Their bloodlust was completely ignited. It was as if they had all become fighters with the most vigorous fighting spirit. All of them were filled with killing intent. Damn it! Damn it! The great emperors of the 8 tribes looked extremely gloomy. These people were originally full of confidence. They formed the Black Tortoise Shield formation with 800 Black Tortoise Shields. Then, under the protection of the Black Tortoise Shield formation, the 8 tribes quickly attacked the Reincarnation Immortal Sects formation. They attacked as fast as they could. They destroyed the formation. Once the formation was destroyed, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would be destroyed. However, it was beautiful. Reality was cruel. The 8 tribes' emperors did not expect Lin Feng to be able to destroy the Black Tortoise Shield formation. Such a powerful Black Tortoise Shield formation. Even if they had to attack, it would be difficult to destroy the formation. However, a group of lowly cultivators in their eyes did it. This made the 8 tribes' emperors furious. Increase the attack speed. Destroy the formation quickly, or else there will be more casualties. Sheng Shiwu said with a gloomy expression. Xin Wandao also quickly gave the order. The 8 tribes only left one great emperor to guard. The rest of the great emperors gathered together. These great emperors attacked together to destroy the formation. This was the only way they could think of, because it was already very difficult for the 8 tribes' cultivator army to resist the attack of the formation. They were counting on the 8 tribes' cultivator army to destroy the formation. Wasn't this wishful thinking? Boom, boom, boom. After the monarchs gathered together, they began to attack frantically. They wanted to use the most barbaric methods. Break the formation. Under the leadership of the 8 great emperors, the 8 tribes resisted the power of the formation. Activate the isolation formation and separate the 8 divine beasts completely. Moreover, we must separate the 8 divine beasts from the monarchs. Lin Feng ordered. Yes. The spiritual array masters of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect answered in unison. Next, these spirit array masters began to activate the isolation array. Boom, boom, boom. Waves after waves of destructive energy surged out. The isolation array was activated. In the meantime, the illusory array was also pushed to the extreme. Many of the cultivators from the 8 tribes fell into an illusion, so much so that they forgot to resist the attacks from the grand array. As a result, the cultivators of the 8 tribes who had forgotten to defend themselves naturally died. The combination of the isolation array and the illusion array was extremely effective. The octatic spectral 8 lost contact with each other. The monarchs had also lost contact with the 8. Assemble the cultivator army. Follow me, Lin Feng ordered. The 10 million cultivator army was immediately assembled. Then, under the leadership of Lin Feng, they directly entered the formation. The remaining 10 million cultivator army continued to activate the formation to deal with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators. Lin Feng and the others locked onto the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies of the 8 tribes. This cultivator army still had about 600,000 people. On Lin Feng's side, there were 10 million cultivators. It was more than 10 times the opponents. Other than having an absolute advantage in numbers, Lin Feng's side also had the support of the formation. In addition, Lin Feng's side had 5 great emperors. They were Du Zhu, the evil Lord Saint, the 2 ghost emperors, and the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture. If Lin Feng was included, their side was actually equivalent to 6 great emperors. And the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies that were surrounded only had one great emperor overseeing them. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. Kill. The 10 million cultivator army roared out. They moved out together. They charged towards the 600,000 cultivator army. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil Lord Saint, the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, the 2 ghost emperors, and the black armored knights led by the 2 ghost emperors besieged the great emperor. The great emperor that was besieged was at the immortal emperor realm. His cultivation was powerful. His realm was profound. However, he had to face the attack of the formation and the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to handle it. This immortal emperor was suppressed to the extreme. My lord, Lin Feng used the formation to completely separate the 8 tribes. He wants to break through them one by one. My lord, quickly come to our side. Lin Feng is currently in the formation. It's a great opportunity to kill him. The immortal emperor couldn't help but shout. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Although he was suppressed, he wasn't worried, because he felt that he could still hold on for a while, and during this time, the other great emperors would be able to come over to support him. Wait for the support to arrive. Lin Feng would definitely die. However, his shout, there was no response. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Do you know about the soundproofing formation? There's a soundproofing formation here. It's to separate you from the other great emperors." What? The immortal emperor's expression changed greatly. You actually have such a plan. His expression was extremely ugly, because he realized that Lin Feng had calculated almost every step. He even used the soundproofing formation that he didn't usually use. One had to know that in such an intense battle, if the other great emperors of the 8 tribes didn't leave, then setting up the soundproofing formation would be a waste. It would be better to set up the soundproofing formation with another formation. But the great emperors of the 8 tribes were summoned by the 2 great emperors. The soundproofing formation, it came in handy. "Kill!" shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing himself at them. His battle strength was completely unleashed. All the supreme treasures came out. Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, reincarnation immortal scripture, the 2 great ghost emperors, and the black armored knights they led all attacked. So many attacks. This immortal emperor-level powerhouse finally couldn't hold on any longer. Why is it like this? He roared unwillingly. Bang! The next moment, he was drowned by the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. His body directly exploded. Only the source was left. His source lingered in the void. It was collected by Lin Feng. The immortal emperor is dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long roar. The morale of the 6 billion cultivators who were surrounded, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces were low. Many people only wanted to escape. They didn't want to continue fighting. But now, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng led Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, reincarnation immortal scripture, the 2 great ghost emperors, and the black armored knights to join the battlefield. An hour later, the 600,000 cultivators were all killed. The ground was dyed red with blood. Chapter 32-22. Kill. Deafening battle cries could be heard. Lin Feng led the army to the cultivator army of the 2nd division of the group of 8. There were about 650,000 cultivators in the army. The great Emperor Realm cultivator guarding this place was a 7th heavenly layer immortal emperor. He was even stronger than the previous cultivator. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivator army of the reincarnation immortal sect had just wiped out the 650,000 cultivator army of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. Hence, their morale was greatly boosted. Every single one of them exuded a powerful aura of blood. Everyone's blood chi was shrouded together. It formed a blood chi dragon. That blood chi dragon, it let out deep roars from time to time. You're courting death. How dare you enter the formation to attack us? You're courting death. The immortal emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He looked at Lin Feng as though he was looking at a dead man. Because of the soundproof formation, the previous matter of the 650,000 cultivator army being killed, this immortal emperor was unaware of it. Sir, Lin Feng has entered the formation. Please send reinforcements. Kill Lin Feng. The reincarnation immortal sect's fate is coming to an end. The immortal emperor couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. An expert of his level could naturally sense it. His voice didn't spread out. If he couldn't tell the other great emperors about the situation here, the situation would be dire. This point, this immortal emperor naturally thought of it. Lin Feng sneered. There's a soundproof formation here. Your voice won't spread out. Are you ready to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng led Du Zhu, the evil supremacy saint, the reincarnation immortal sutra, the 2 ghost emperors, and the black armored knights to besiege this great emperor. The great emperor's origin of a seventh heaven immortal emperor. It was extremely important to Lin Feng. It would definitely increase Lin Feng's cultivation by a large margin. While Lin Feng was leading his men to attack the immortal emperor realm cultivator, the immortal emperor realm cultivator suddenly appeared. The rest of the cultivator army began to besiege the 650,000 cultivator army of the myriad races, Outerium races, and other foreign forces. In this battle, he did the same. Lin Feng and the others joined forces to quickly suppress this immortal emperor-level expert. Although this immortal emperor had a high cultivation level, he was still able to defeat the immortal emperor. However, he still couldn't escape death. Puff. In the end, this immortal emperor's head was beheaded by Lin Feng with his stone sword. Lin Feng shattered the immortal emperor's body with a single punch. Only the origin was left floating in the air. Lin Feng also took the immortal emperor's source. Dead. The great emperor is dead. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces watched as Lin Feng and the others killed them so quickly. Their faces all turned pale. Morale was low. The morale of the reincarnation immortal sect's army was greatly boosted. In addition, Lin Feng and the others also joined the battlefield. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces was slaughtered one-sidedly. Why is this happening? Shouldn't the reincarnation immortal sect be destroyed? Why are we being slaughtered? I don't want to die. Spare me, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll leave the 9 states immediately and never come back. I still have a wife, children, and mother at home. Please spare my life. Otherwise, no one will take care of my family in the future. The world is difficult. They won't be able to survive without someone to rely on. Lin Feng, you little be *starred. I curse you to die a horrible death. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were facing death. Their expressions changed. Some were indignant. Some were begging for mercy. Some were cursing. There were all kinds of people. However, Lin Feng didn't put down the battle sword in his hand. These people were pitiful. Weren't the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died pitiful? These people had families to take care of. Didn't the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died have families to take care of? It wasn't just the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect who died. The scope expanded to the 9 states. How many forces were destroyed? How many people died tragically? In the past, the 9 states was beautiful and majestic. The current 9 states. The country was broken. The mountains and rivers were still there. The city was full of vegetation. It was in ruins. There were lonely souls and wild ghosts everywhere. There was a rain of blood everywhere. It was almost like purgatory on earth. And the people who caused all of this, it was these people who were begging for mercy. What right do you have to beg for mercy? Even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces. It's all because scum like you have it easy. Lin Feng's killing intent was very strong. He didn't care about these people begging for mercy at all. Very soon, 5 million cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. They were all slaughtered. Corpses. Mountains of corpses. This place seemed to have turned into hell. Everyone was stained with blood. Under Lin Feng's lead, the cultivator armies of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were wiped out one by one. 6 cultivator armies were wiped out one after another. Until now, only then did the emperors realize the situation here. Lin Feng, you brat, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Saint Nihility roared angrily. Lin Feng, you brat, I'm going to pull out your soul and throw it into purgatory. I'm going to make you suffer for all eternity. I'm going to make you never reincarnate. Shun Wandao also roared angrily. These two were the leaders of the 5 million cultivator army. Now, 3,800,000 cultivators had been killed by Lin Feng without making a sound. And they also lost 6 immortal emperors. This was simply like a slap to the faces of the 2 emperors. Even if they destroyed the reincarnation immortal sect. Even if they destroyed Lin Feng. But if this matter were to be spread out, then, the 2 knew. They would definitely become a laughingstock. And such a thing How could it not spread out? The two emperors seemed to have foreseen the scene of them being laughed at in the future. So now the two emperors. They hated Lin Feng to the core. The two emperors led the other emperors to quickly break the formation and attack Lin Feng. Because these people were separated by an illusion formation and an isolation formation. So it was relatively easy to break these formations. Quickly retreat, Lin Feng ordered. The reincarnation immortal sect cultivator army quickly retreated outside the formation. By the time the emperors broke the formation and attacked, Lin Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. I'll let you live a little longer, Saint Nihilides said with a gloomy expression. These people once again returned to break the formation. Young master, I'm afraid the ultimate killing formation will be destroyed by these people. When Xiren came to report. When Xiren joined Lin Feng, he was already a giant god. Now, when Xiren was only one step away from becoming a great emperor, Lin Feng already knew that the formation would be broken by these people sooner or later. So, he was already mentally prepared. Everyone, retreat to the immortal sect, Lin Feng quickly ordered. The day the formation was broken. Chapter 32-23. It was only a matter of time before the formation was broken. But it was not an easy task for the other party to break the formation in a short period of time. Now, Lin Feng and the others retreated into the reincarnation immortal sect. They could still continue to activate the formation to attack these people. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks were unleashed. It was as if they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Towards the other party, they charged forward. That terrifying power. It could still cause huge damage. And now, the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had been reduced from 5 million to 1,200,000. The cultivator army was greatly reduced. The attacks they faced did not decrease. In other words, they were going to face more attacks. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of cultivators were killed. Attack with all your might. Before breaking the formation, kill as many cultivator armies formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces as possible. Lin Feng gave the order. Everyone attacked with all their might. Their own magic power. It flowed into the formation continuously. At the same time, Lin Feng took out more supreme-grade origin crystals, half-immortal stones, and immortal stones to continue strengthening the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth charged towards the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces. It was getting harder and harder for these cultivator armies to resist the attacks of the formation. When the emperors saw the situation here, they could not spare any time to help them. Because the emperors had to break the formation with all their might. If they wanted to break the formation set up by Lin Feng, they had to do it in one go. Because, once they relaxed, Lin Feng could quickly repair the formation. The emperors had already experienced the power of Lin Feng's formation. Therefore, the emperors knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Although the emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng, but in fact, the emperors admired Lin Feng's attainments and formations. One of the main reasons why the emperors wanted to kill Lin Feng was also related to the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. The formation lasted for another 3 days. In these 3 days, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces only had 400,000 cultivators left. The other 800,000 cultivators were killed. As for those that survived, they were all injured. Their situation was far from good. If they could hold on for a few more days, the 5 million cultivators of time would be annihilated. But the formation that Lin Feng's formation could no longer hold. Break! A low shout. All of a sudden, it resounded. The emperors joined forces. Directly broke reincarnation of reincarnation. Although the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivator armies had suffered heavy losses, the myriad races and the extraterrestrial races had suffered heavy casualties. But the enemy only lost 6 great emperors. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces had 31 great emperors on their side. Of these of God emperors of heaven of time of heaven emperor of God of time of time of time of time, these pinnacle combat powers were simply too terrifying. The sect protection formation of the reincarnation immortal sect was activated. This was the second formation. The emperors and the remaining 400,000 cultivators stood outside the sect protecting grand formation. This should be the reincarnation immortal sect's ancient protective formation, right? But this protective formation is obviously on the verge of collapsing. Its power has greatly decreased. It can't stop us 31 emperors at all. Lin Feng, little brat, are you ready to die? Shang Shiwu said indifferently. From the beginning, he had thought that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was absolutely no chance of him surviving. Ha 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 ha, little brat Lin Feng, don't worry. When we catch you later, we won't let you die so quickly. If we don't torture you to death, how can we bear to kill you? Shen Wandao sneered. Lin Feng mocked. You led 5 million cultivators here, and now you only have 400,000 cultivators left. How do you show off here? Don't you feel ashamed? I can already foresee that you will become the laughing stock of countless people. It's really sad that grade of emperors ended up like the two of you. When he heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was furious. The two great emperors were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They hated Lin Feng so much, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng now. Therefore, the two great emperors were waiting to torture Lin Feng when they caught Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. These great emperors began to attack the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. The 400,000 cultivators assisted by the side and began to attack the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. It was just as Shang Shiwu said. Now, the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was far weaker than before, because time was enough to destroy everything. The same went for the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation. As time passed, its power was greatly reduced. However, it could hold on for a few days. There was no problem. The reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was extremely powerful when it was fully activated. However, compared to the past, it couldn't be compared to the past. But that was not to say the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was not strong enough. When the reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation was fully activated, in an instant, it caused a huge amount of damage. The reincarnation immortal sect's protective formation lasted for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, Lin Feng did not appear. No matter how much the other great emperors scolded, Lin Feng did not appear. Because Lin Feng entered the reincarnation pagoda to discuss the use of the reincarnation pagoda with Old Monster Mo. The reincarnation pagoda was one of the most precious treasures of the reincarnation immortal sect. It was much more mysterious than the reincarnation immortal sutra. In addition, the artifact spirit, Old Monster Mo, was an old monster. Therefore, the reincarnation pagoda was even more extraordinary. Now, Lin Feng did not want his master, Master Turtle, to attack. Because Master Turtle's injuries had worsened after the last attack. He needed to rest, and Lin Feng could already feel that Master Turtle's flame of life was rapidly weakening. This meant that Master Turtle's injuries were fatal. He didn't know who it was that caused Master Tortoise to suffer such injuries, but he could not come into contact with that level yet, so he could only worry. Now, no matter what, Lin Feng couldn't let Mr. Tortoise attack again, because Lin Feng was worried. If Master Turtle attacked again, it might endanger his life. This was not something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng considered Mr. Tortoise as a family member. He hoped that Master Turtle could survive. So, Lin Feng found Old Monster Mo. Old Monster Mo also knew that the reincarnation immortal sect was in danger. So he agreed to Lin Feng's request. How many years has it been since I made a move? It seems that I have to show off my past glory and let the world know that I still exist. Chapter 32-24. Lin Feng was naturally very happy to be able to ask Old Monster Mo to help this time. Old Monster Mo's methods were extraordinary. Although he was only an artifact spirit, because he had cultivated for a long time, he had already walked the path of an artifact cultivator. So, Old Monster Mo was already able to fuse with the power of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Releasing the power of the Reincarnation Pagoda, he displayed an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Moreover, the Reincarnation Pagoda suppressed the Dragon Vein. There were 9 Dragon Veins under the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. These 9 Dragon Veins represented the destiny of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. For countless years, the 9 Dragon Veins had never been destroyed and had been passed down until now. Therefore, the power contained within these 9 Dragon Veins was extremely terrifying. These were all resources that could be used. Rumble, rumble. Outside, waves of intense fluctuations could be felt. Lin Feng said, "Looks like the array is about to be broken. Those people are about to enter." Old Monster Emo said, "We need to use the power of the Dragon Vein to activate the Reincarnation Pagoda. Next, we'll have to rely on Senior." Lin Feng said. Old Monster Emo said sinisterly, "As a member of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, this is my duty. Today, I will definitely make these people regret coming to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect." Then Junior will go out and take a look at the situation outside. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he quickly rushed outside. "Young Master has appeared. Young Master has appeared. Young Master has appeared." Seeing Lin Feng appear, the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect could not help but shout excitedly. Previously, when Lin Feng did not appear, many people seemed to have lost their backbone. Now that they saw Lin Feng, everyone's spirits were lifted. As long as Lin Feng was here, hope was here. Many people had the same thought. "Lin Feng, you brat, prepare to die." When he saw Lin Feng appear, Shang Shiwu immediately sneered, his face filled with killing intent. In his opinion, Lin Feng, it was a dead end. Lin Feng ignored the people outside. He ordered everyone to quickly retreat to the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Retreat, retreat. After the order to retreat was issued, everyone quickly retreated. He quickly flew toward the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Buzz. Meanwhile, a ray of divine light shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda and shrouded the area deep within the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The cultivators of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect were all enveloped by it. The void in that area began to distort. It exuded an extremely strange fluctuation. The Reincarnation Pagoda has awakened. That old bastard Mo has made his move. Lord Turtle murmured as he looked at the Reincarnation Pagoda in the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Lord Tortoise seemed to be much older than before. Crack, crack. The sect protection formation of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was getting more and more damaged. In the end, the sect protection array of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was destroyed. However, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces lost another 100,000 cultivators. He had destroyed the sect protection array of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now, there were only 31 great emperors and 300,000 cultivators left. Destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Kill Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces shouted coldly. They were filled with killing intent. These cultivators had survived through life and death situations. Now, they were filled with hatred. Therefore, they were filled with killing intent. Under the lead of the 31 great emperors, the 300,000 cultivators rushed into the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. "Stop!" Shang Shiwu shouted in a deep voice. He looked at the distorted void in the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Reincarnation Pagoda. Shan Wandao pointed at the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. There was a pagoda there. It was the Reincarnation Pagoda. Rumor has it that the first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable was a Khanate life form. I wonder if it's true? Shang Shiwu said indifferently. After hearing Shang Shiwu's words, countless cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were shocked. The first Reincarnation Immortal Venerable had created the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. However, he was said to be an expert from the Primordial Age. The Primordial Age, the era of Khanate life forms, had ended. If the first reincarnation immortal venerable was a Khanate life form, then he might have been a Khanate life form who had survived the Great War between Khanate life forms. That's right. You know quite a lot. Old Monster Mo's cold voice sounded from the void. Swoosh. Next, Old Monster Mo appeared. He floated in the air and looked at the 31 great emperors and the army of 300,000 cultivators with an indifferent expression. The weapon spirit of the reincarnation pagoda? Shang Shiwu raised an eyebrow and said, "Rumor has it that the reincarnation pagoda was a supreme treasure created by the first reincarnation immortal venerable. The reincarnation pagoda was infused with a sacred stone from the supreme celestial court. Therefore, the reincarnation pagoda was a terrifying supreme treasure. It's a pity that it was destroyed during the Great War between Khanate life forms." Shen Wandao said. It seems that the reincarnation pagoda has recovered quite well over the years. There are many secrets in the reincarnation pagoda, including the secrets of when Khanate life forms ruled over the myriad worlds. Is that true? That's not something you should know. Old Monster Mo said with an indifferent expression. How dare a mere weapon spirit act so impudently? Who gave you the guts to do so? Shen Wandao said coldly. Do you really think you're some big shot? Shang Shiwu sneered. You've existed for a very long time, and we don't want to destroy you. If you know what's good for you, you'll sever all ties with the reincarnation immortal sect. Then, you'll submit to us. Humph. What shameless boasting. You people are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. Old Monster Mo mocked. Old Monster Mo's background was simply too great. He was also someone who had seen the world. He mocked Shang Shiwu and Shen Wandao for being frogs at the bottom of a well. No one could refute that. Shang Shiwu and Shen Wandao's expressions were extremely ugly. Shang Shiwu sneered. Are you still living in the glory of the past? You should have woken up long ago. The current era is no longer your era. I was just about to ask for some pointers from you people. Old Monster Mo said with an indifferent expression. Ha 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 ha. You're just a mere weapon spirit? How laughable. Where's Lord Turtle? I heard that he's injured. Now that the reincarnation immortal sect has yet to appear, his injuries must be fatal, right? I'll kill you first, then kill that Lord Turtle. Shang Shiwu roared with laughter. He had no intention of placing Old Monster Mo in his eyes at all. Boom! Just then, a terrifying ripple burst out from Shang Shiwu's body. At the same time, Shen Wandao channeled his powers as a terrifying ripple burst out from his body as well. Sensing the terrifying ripple coming from Shang Shiwu and Shen Wandao's bodies, countless people were shocked. That aura was simply too terrifying. Chapter 32-25. An Emperor Realm cultivator was indeed powerful. His aura was truly peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng had never seen a cultivator of this level make a move before. Now, this was the first time he had seen an Emperor Realm expert make a move. Moreover, this time, the Emperor Realm expert made a move. And it wasn't just one person, but two people, other than the two Emperor Realm experts. 5 great Imperial Emperors. 4 great Immortal Emperors. 20 great Immortal Emperors. They also circulated their magic power. They planned to cooperate with the 2 great emperors. They attacked together. To deal with Old Monster Mo. Today, I will destroy your soul. Then, we will create another artifact spirit for the reincarnation pagoda. Shen Wandao's voice was indifferent. In his eyes, it was filled with killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying fluctuations. It spread out. 31 great emperors attacked one after another. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They gathered together. Every single mystique was extremely powerful, and all of them blasted towards Old Monster Mo. Their attacks. They gathered together. They turned into a long river of attacks. They were unstoppable. They destroyed everything. This was the might of the emperors. It was truly shocking. At the same time, the 300 million clans, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivator armies also attacked. The attacks of these people also gathered together and attacked Old Monster Mo, Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army. Kill. Lin Feng waved his battle sword. Accompanied by a soft shout, it suddenly sounded out. In an instant, the 20 million cultivator army attacked together. Swish, swish, swish. All kinds of terrifying light beams swept through the world. All the divine abilities gathered together and also formed a long river of attacks. Lin Feng and the others were facing an army of 300,000 cultivators. As for the 31 great emperors, they were handed over to Old Monster Mo. After the 300,000 cultivators were killed, Lin Feng planned to return to help Old Monster Mo deal with the 31 emperors. The 31 great emperors were extremely terrifying. Their battle prowess was heaven-defying. However, Old Monster Mo also had extraordinary methods. Although the Reincarnation Pagoda had suffered a great deal of damage during the great battle between the Sentient life forms, the Reincarnation Pagoda was still extremely powerful. But he was still very powerful. Furthermore, he could borrow the power of the 9 dragon veins. Roar, roar. At this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Next, loud rumbling noises could be heard as well. Huge dragons appeared one after another. It soared into the sky. It was a giant dragon formed from the dragon vein. It was vivid and lifelike. It was no different from a real dragon. Everyone was shocked after seeing the dragons. The 9 dragons surrounded the Reincarnation Pagoda and spat out dragon breath. The powerful dragon breath poured into the Reincarnation Pagoda. The aura emitted from the Reincarnation Pagoda became stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Old Monster Mo, who had received the support of the 9 dragon veins, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heavenly Reincarnation Technique. Old Monster Mo suddenly let out a long roar. He used an incomparably powerful divine ability. This divine ability, it was called the Heavenly Reincarnation Technique. It evolved the endless power of reincarnation and condensed a huge divine gate in the void. That divine gate, it descended from the sky. It directly suppressed the attacks of the emperors. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the emperors directly bombarded the divine gate. Following a series of violent collisions, the sound of violent collisions suddenly rang out. The divine abilities of the emperors were all broken, and that divine gate, it continued to press down on the emperors. The divine gate formed by this heavenly reincarnation technique was called the Gate of Reincarnation. It was rumored. The Gate of Reincarnation was one of the 36 most ancient and mysterious ancient gates in the Hell world. The meaning of reincarnation was the destruction of reincarnation. Anything that was swept by the power of the Gate of Reincarnation, everything, be it living beings, magic treasures, or divine abilities, they would all be destroyed by reincarnation. Of course, only the Real Gate of Reincarnation could do this. However, although it wasn't the real Gate of Reincarnation, the gate that Old Monster Mo had summoned, it was also powerful and terrifying enough. It could display a portion of the power of the Gate of Reincarnation. When the Gate of Reincarnation slowly descended, the void was filled with an oppressive force that was as heavy as a mountain. Pooh, pooh. Some of the Emperor God-level experts couldn't withstand such terrifying pressure. They all vomited blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. It was obviously the Gate of Reincarnation. It caused these God-Emperor-level experts to suffer huge injuries. God-Emperor-level cultivators, retreat. Shang Shiwu ordered with a gloomy expression. Yes, Lord. Those God-Emperor-level experts didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly retreated. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would suffer a calamity. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the great Emperor level. Naturally, they didn't want to die here. After the 20 God-Emperor-level experts retreated, only 2 emperors, 5 emperors, and 4 immortal emperors were left. A total of 11 great emperors. Divine Ancestor Indestructible Technique. Shang Shiwu shouted coldly and performed a peerless technique. This was one of the strongest techniques passed down by the Sacred God Clan. With his Emperor Realm cultivation, he was naturally able to display extremely powerful power. God's World Exterminating Fist. Xin Wandao also performed a peerless and powerful attack. Endless divine light surged between heaven and earth. Behind him, there were even phantoms of gods. At this moment, Shun Wandao seemed to be able to borrow the power of gods to fight against his enemies. The divine ability he performed was a peerless divine ability passed down by the ancient god clan. With a punch, he was invincible. In addition, the 5 great imperial emperors also unleashed their own peerless attacks. Golden Crow Immortal Splitting Technique, Limitless Freedom Technique, 10,000 Demon Heaven Breaking Fist, Great Overarching Heaven Technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Cloud Technique. The 5 emperors were all overlords of the universe, although they weren't as powerful as the 2 emperors. However, the 5 emperors couldn't be underestimated. Their battle strength was shocking. Therefore, the attacks they unleashed were equally powerful. Any kind of attack. It was suffocating. The 4 immortal emperors also made their moves. Myriad Divine Fist, Heavenly Strike, Myriad Tao Destruction, Immortal Transformation Devil Technique. 4 immortal emperor level experts. Almost all of them were their trump cards. At this moment, 11 great emperors. They didn't hold back at all. Both of them unleashed their strongest attacks. Their attacks gathered together. They instantly shattered the void. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng and the others. They couldn't help but change their expressions. Everyone is serious. They are all performing their strongest divine ability attacks. Just wait and see. That old monster Imo is dead for sure. That's right. There's no way that old freak Imo can block all of your divine abilities by himself. The 20 Emperor God experts who were watching the battle from the periphery said with indifferent expressions. They were facing the divine ability attacks of the emperors. They were obviously very confident. Chapter 32-26. The Emperor's attacks collided with the door of reincarnation once again. This time, the Emperor's attacks. They displayed their divine might. They actually broke the door of reincarnation. This point, Lin Feng had long been mentally prepared. Although the door of reincarnation was very powerful, it had already collided with the Emperor's attacks once. During the first collision, a portion of its strength was consumed. During the second collision, it was destroyed by the other party. This was also an extremely normal thing. After breaking the door of reincarnation, the Emperor's attacks continued to bombard Old Monster Imo. They wanted to kill Old Monster Imo. Old Monster Imo let out a strange laugh. Your methods are quite good, but they are no threat to me. Old Monster Imo was extremely confident. No matter what, he was an existence who had experienced the great battle between innate life forms in the past. Even though his combat strength was not at his peak, he still had many wondrous techniques. 9 Dragons Pagoda suppressing all worlds. Suddenly, Old Monster Imo could not help but let out a long roar. Then, the 9 dragons let out a series of loud dragon roars. As the dragon roars fell, inside the bodies of the 9 dragons, a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth spread out. The 9 giants were divided into 9 directions. They directly held the Reincarnation Pagoda. Rumble, rumble. The Reincarnation Pagoda began to shake violently. The Reincarnation Pagoda, this supreme treasure, had not been touched for many years. Now, under the support of the 9 dragons, it was rising bit by bit into the air. The 9 dragons Pagoda. It was shocking. Suppress. Old Monster Imo could not help but shout. Under his control, the 9 dragons Pagoda. It suppressed the attacks of the emperors. Bang, 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 bang. Along with a series of shattering sounds, there was the sound of something shattering. The attacks of the emperors. They were all destroyed. Then, the 9 dragons Pagoda suppressed the emperors. A terrifying pressure spread out. It directly enveloped the emperors. After feeling the power of the 9 dragons Pagoda, the expressions of the monarchs changed drastically. Retreat quickly. The 2 Emperor Realm Masters, Shang Su Wu and Shun Wan Dao, shouted in unison. As an Emperor Realm Master, his perception was extremely powerful. They came out of the 9 dragons Pagoda. He felt the power that could destroy the sky. That power was simply too terrifying. They couldn't help but feel aghast and pale with fright. As such, the 2 Emperor Realm Masters had no intention of fighting the 9 dragons Pagoda head-on. The others also retreated, but it was too late. The 9 dragons Pagoda had already locked onto the monarchs. The monarchs had no choice but to resist the 9 dragons Pagoda. Break. The monarchs roared in anger and attacked one after another, aiming for the pagoda. Bang, 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 bang. Sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The monarchs clashed with the Nine Dragons' pagoda. First, the four immortal emperors suffered a calamity. Their bodies were shattered one by one. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Then, it was the five great imperial emperors. They were also sent flying, their faces as pale as paper. There were only two Emperor Realm Masters. He was not injured. The power of the Nine Dragons' pagoda was simply too powerful. How could this be? Those God-Emperor-level cultivators all revealed looks of disbelief. The monarchs were defeated, and they lost another four immortal emperors. The 10 immortal emperors who came this time, they were all killed. Many God-Emperor-level cultivators rejoiced incomparably. Fortunately, they retreated in time. Or else, that attack just now, they might have already died. Collect Lin Feng, who was leading the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army to attack the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivator armies, saw the four immortal emperors fall. He quickly collected the four immortal emperors' origins. These origins, they were all supreme treasures that could increase one's cultivation level. Lin Feng could use them. After collecting the origins of the four immortal emperors, Lin Feng continued to lead the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army to attack the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivator armies formed by the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivator armies. The three cultivator armies lost another 100,000 men. Only 200,000 people fled into the distance in a sorry state. Because of the distance, it was difficult to hurt these people. Lin Feng gave the order to stop the attack. Then, everyone's gaze was fixed on the battle in the void. Now, the battle had reached its climax. The power of the Nine Dragons' pagoda was too powerful, and now the Nine Dragons' pagoda displayed an even more shocking power. The Nine Dragons roared. The huge pagoda intimidated the surroundings. The Nine Dragons' pagoda continued to attack the remaining 7 great emperors. All of you, retreat quickly, the 2 Emperor Realm experts said in a deep voice. They rushed towards the Nine Dragons' pagoda. The 5 Emperor Realm experts did not dare to stay. They retreated quickly. They also successfully retreated from the battle. In the end, only the 2 Emperor Realm experts were left. The 2 of them collided with the Nine Dragons' pagoda. Then, they blocked the attack of the Nine Dragons' pagoda. Then, they also retreated quickly. Return. Old Monster Mo kept the Reincarnation Pagoda. The Reincarnation Pagoda. It landed back at its original place. Let's go. The 2 Emperor Realm experts' expressions were extremely gloomy. This time, they came with an aggressive aura. They originally thought that they could destroy the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. However, in the end, they ended up like this. Not only did they lose 4.8 million cultivator army, they also lost 10 Immortal Emperor Realm experts. If news of this battle were to spread out, all of them would become a laughing stock. Thinking of this, the 2 Emperor Realm experts felt extremely depressed. Not only were the 2 Emperor Realm experts depressed, but the Emperor Realm experts were also extremely depressed. Old Monster Mo did not chase after these people. It was not easy to activate the Reincarnation Pagoda, and it was only able to activate it with the help of the 9 dragon veins. Old Monster Mo should be reaching his limit, so he kept the Reincarnation Pagoda. It was naturally extremely unrealistic to annihilate all the cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterritorial race, and the other foreign forces. After all, they had 2 Emperor Realm experts on their side. Lin Feng was actually quite satisfied with the results of this battle. After the cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterritorial race, and the other foreign forces retreated, Lin Feng ordered people to clean up the battlefield. Young master, we have collected the 800 black tortoise shields. Do you want to take a look? Du Zhu asked. I won't take a look. Let Wen Xiren and the others repair these black tortoise shields. Lin Feng gave the order. The power of the black tortoise shield formation formed by the black tortoise shields left a deep impression on Lin Feng. If the damaged formation patterns on the black tortoise shields could be restored to their original state, Lin Feng could also equip these black tortoise shields to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army. Chapter 32-27. The news of the cultivator army formed by the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces attacking the reincarnation immortal sect had spread like wildfire. Many forces were paying attention to this matter. Many people thought that the reincarnation immortal sect was going to be destroyed. However, soon, the news spread. The reincarnation immortal sect was safe and sound. On the other hand, the cultivator army formed by the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were almost wiped out. 5 million cultivator army. In the end, only 200,000 cultivators were left. Moreover, they even lost 10 immortal emperors. This matter caused a huge uproar. Countless people were talking about this matter. The cultivators of the 9 states were excited. On the other hand, the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces looked gloomy. The reincarnation immortal sect is so small. Is it that difficult to destroy? Lin Feng is really lucky. With such a huge loss this time, will the 3 forces be willing to let this matter rest? I wonder if they will send more powerful cultivators to attack the reincarnation immortal sect? The reincarnation immortal sect is like a fishbone stuck in the throat. If we don't get rid of it, it will be a big disaster sooner or later. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were all talking about this matter. Naturally, the cultivators of the 3 forces hoped that Lin Feng would be killed quickly. They hoped that the reincarnation immortal sect would be destroyed quickly. The reincarnation immortal sect has become one of the most powerful forces in the 9 states. Now, they have severely damaged the cultivator army formed by the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. They have really shown the power of the 9 states. This is so satisfying. This is so satisfying. How about we join the reincarnation immortal sect? Only a force like the reincarnation immortal sect can protect us in this chaotic world. Let's go and join the reincarnation immortal sect. The cultivators of the 9 states were also talking about this matter. Many people were talking about joining the reincarnation immortal sect. In many people's opinion, the reincarnation immortal sect, it had become the mainstay of the 9 states. While the outside world was in an uproar because of the great battle, Lin Feng chose to cultivate in seclusion. Previously, Lin Feng had collected the source energies of 10 immortal emperors. Now, it was just the right time to refine these immortal emperor-level cultivators' essences to increase his own strength. After absorbing the original strengths of the 10 great celestial emperors, Lin Feng's cultivation level increased from the 85th step to the 92nd step. As for Lin Feng's soul realm, from the 8th Heavenly Emperor realm to the 10th Heavenly Emperor realm, Lin Feng's soul realm was relatively high. Therefore, the soul origin contained in the 10 great immortal emperors' soul origin could only raise Lin Feng's soul by 2 levels. The situation in 9 regions was still extremely bad. Even though the reincarnation immortal sect had achieved a greater victory, the reincarnation immortal sect did not have the upper hand. However, the situation in other places was extremely bad. For example, the 5 Yazis, the Stone Puppet King, and the others had all been encircled. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces formed an army of cultivators to besiege them. Besides, there was also the assistance of the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the Earth Master lineage. As a result, the 5 Yazis and the Stone Puppet King suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to the north. The Black Mist race ambushed the 5 Yazis and the Stone Puppet King halfway. One of the Yazis died. The 5 Yazis. They had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for countless years and had experienced many hardships. They had seen their brothers die one after another. It was extremely difficult for them to survive. Therefore, the relationship between them was extremely deep. Yazi, who was ranked 9th, had fallen. The other 4 Yazis were filled with hatred, revenge for the smallest grievance. This idiom meant that if a Yazi was indebted to someone, the Yazi would definitely repay that person. However, if someone hurt a Yazi and formed hatred, no matter how difficult it was, the Yazi would think of a way to take revenge, and it would be 10 times, 100 times. This was the Yazi's character. Now, The ninth Yazi was ambushed and killed by the Black Mist race. The four Yazis and the Black Mist race could be described as fighting to the death. However, the four Yazis also knew that their situation was extremely bad. Therefore, they did not continue to fight and finally escaped. However, most of their subordinates died in battle. Only a small number of people escaped with them. Ninth brother, we came out of the Forbidden God realm together. We once said that we would live and die together. But now, you've left early. Don't worry, we won't let you die in vain. We will definitely eradicate the Black Mist race and avenge you. The four Yazis erected a tombstone for the ninth Yazi on a barren mountain. Then, they quickly left and continued to head north. The Stone Puppet King also suffered serious injuries. In addition, the Qing Emperor was also seriously injured. One of the little Stone Puppet King's arms was cut off. Only a few thousand of them escaped, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of people were almost completely wiped out. In the ancient demon continent, there was also a fierce battle. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces engaged in a life-and-death battle with the ancient demon continent's demon army. This battle was extremely tragic. The ancient demon continent's foundation was completely revealed. Among them, the sleeping experts of the chaotic ancient era woke up. They joined forces with the Great Rock King and the others. They restrained the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the great emperors of other foreign forces. Both sides were in a stalemate. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces had formed an army. This cultivator army was heading to the Western region world. That was where Buddhism was located. Buddhism in the Western region had always been mysterious and unfathomable, and it was extremely powerful. Very few people were willing to deal with Buddhism in the Western region, and the people of Buddhism in the Western region rarely came out. They also had little contact with the outside world. Those monks seemed to not care about the affairs of the world and only wanted to cultivate. Originally, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces had never made a move against Buddhism in the Western region. It wasn't because they were afraid of Buddhism in the Western region. Instead, they felt that Buddhism in the Western region was more strange, so they planned to make a move last. Now, the 9 provinces were in chaos, other than the ancient demon continent and the northern barbarian continent. The other provinces were all attacked by the 3 forces. Therefore, the 3 forces wanted to attack Buddhism in the Western region. Buddhism in the Western region has many secrets, and it's rumored that they have supreme treasures such as relics, Bodhi trees, and other legendary treasures. Kill these monks, and these treasures will all belong to our 3 forces. A great emperor of the myriad races said indifferently. This time, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces gathered a total of 10 million cultivators. They were led by 24 great emperors. The person in charge of this cultivator army was also an emperor realm expert. This was a female emperor, a cultivator of the heavenly snake clan. This female emperor was enchanting. She was known as the Heavenly Snake Demon Empress. Chapter 32-28. This battle was also the focus of everyone's attention. In the Western region, it was too mysterious, not to mention the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces. Even the cultivators of the 9 states did not know much about the Western region. Namo Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. On this day, the phantom of a giant Buddha appeared above the Western region. The giant Buddha sat cross-legged in the void. It was 100,000 feet tall. Behind the giant Buddha, 10 halos appeared. The giant Buddha was rendered into an incomparably sacred existence. When the giant Buddha appeared, it actually didn't take the initiative to attack the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivator armies of other foreign forces. It seems that it doesn't want to participate in the matters of the 9 states. These old bald donkeys are really hateful. If they don't do anything when the 9 states is in danger, sooner or later, they will shoot themselves in the foot. It's not just the Buddhists. There are also those reclusive families and sections. Which force isn't the same? Each one is more cunning than the other. They want to stay out of it. It's detestable. If everyone was like Lin Feng and the cultivators of the 9 states joined forces, I believe that the 9 states wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Many cultivators of the 9 states were talking about this matter. They sighed repeatedly. But what could they do? Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng stood on the peak of the mountain. He looked in the direction of the western region. Although the giant Buddha golden body only appeared in the western region, it could appear in various space-time continuums. The giant Buddha golden body might want to intimidate all the races of the 9 states and the extraterrestrial races. Lin Feng looked at the giant Buddha golden body that appeared in the void and said indifferently, "The Buddhists have always been aloof from worldly affairs. The power that they have accumulated over the years must be very powerful. They should have made a move long ago. Instead of saving his own skin, the Buddhists have gone overboard." Lin Feng did not say anything too unpleasant, but he was actually quite dissatisfied with the Buddhists. The 9 states was in danger. Choosing to protect themselves at this time was a betrayal of the 9 states. Those ancient monks of the Buddhists have cultivated for so long, but it seems that they have not been able to cultivate true great wisdom. Du Zhu could not help but mock. It was indeed as Du Zhu had said. Those eminent monks of Buddhism had yet to cultivate true great wisdom. Perhaps only outsiders would be able to see things more clearly. The nest was overturned. How could there be an unbroken egg? Many people only cared about immediate benefits. Western regions. The Heaven Snake Demon Empress chuckled. This woman was very charming. Her charm. It was hard to resist. Within the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces, countless cultivators looked at the heavenly snake demon empress with burning gazes. She was such a woman, and she was so powerful. She was simply a goddess in the hearts of countless people. The heavenly snake demon empress laughed so hard that her body trembled. She said, "Great monk, the 9 prefectures are about to be conquered by us, yet you still think that you are infallible here? What a joke! How dare you?" The giant Buddha golden body could not help but look coldly at the heavenly snake demon empress. Then he raised his right hand. In his hand, there was a huge golden swastika. It was formed by the Buddha's light. The giant Buddha golden body slammed its palm towards the giant Buddha golden body. "Attack!" The heavenly snake demon empress sneered, then quickly soared into the sky and attacked the giant Buddha golden body. A war that swept through the entire western regions erupted. After the heavenly snake demon empress led the army to destroy the giant Buddha golden body, they went all the way into the western regions. Temples were destroyed one by one. A large number of believers and monks were killed. Blood flowed like rivers in the western regions. Originally, the western regions was a holy land surrounded by the Buddha's light. This was the place that spirits and ghosts were most afraid of. Therefore, ordinary spirits and ghosts did not dare to come here at all. But it was different now. The western regions. It turned into a land of death. Blood rained down. Ghost parade. The doomsday-like scene was simply too terrifying. Everyone says that the Buddhists in the western regions are terrifying. Now, our tripartite alliance has destroyed more than 30,000 Buddhist temples and slaughtered millions of Buddhist monks, but we have yet to see any powerful figures appear. The rumors in the outside world can't be trusted. The heavenly snake demon empress sneered. The demon empress is right. Most of the rumors in the outside world have been exaggerated and cannot be trusted. Only seeing is believing, an Imperial Emperor Realm expert said. Then, the second Emperor Realm expert said, back then, the 2 emperors led the cultivator army to attack the reincarnation immortal sect. They suffered heavy losses and became a laughing stock. Now, the demon empress is leading the cultivator army alone to attack the entire western regions. This matter will definitely become a legend. When that time comes, the demon empress position in the alliance army will be greatly improved. Hee. The heavenly snake demon empress could not help but laugh. Everyone, don't worry. I have seen your loyalty. I will not treat you unfairly in the future. If I become an immortal one day, I will definitely find a way to let you enter the immortal realm that everyone dreams of. Thank you, Demon Empress. We will definitely be loyal and devoted. We will never be disloyal. The emperors and the cultivator army bowed to the demon empress. Half a month later, this large army slaughtered its way into the hinterland of the western regions with an unstoppable momentum. This was a continuous chain of temples. This was the birthplace of the Buddhists in the western regions. In the depths was a faintly discernible immortal palace. It was surrounded and protected by countless temples. That palace was actually a temple. That palace was built on top of a huge mountain. That mountain was called Little Spirit Mountain. That palace was called Little Thunder Temple. Spirit Mountain was the birthplace of Buddhism. And Thunder Temple, it was the sacred temple of Buddhism. However, the real Spirit Mountain and Thunder Temple were both in the Buddha realm. Little Spirit Mountain and Little Thunder Temple in the western regions of the 9 prefectures were modeled after Spirit Mountain and Thunder Temple in the Buddha realm. This was the birthplace of Buddhism in the 9 prefectures. It had a long history. 3,000 ancient monks sat cross-legged in the square in front of Thunder Temple and chanted scriptures together. Between heaven and earth, the Buddhist scriptures resounded and shook the void. Destroy Spirit Mountain. The heavenly snake demon empress gave the order to attack. A great battle broke out. In the outside world, everyone was paying attention to the battle at Little Spirit Mountain. Buddhism in the western regions. Was it really going to be destroyed? Half a month later, the news quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Little Spirit Mountain cracked open. An ancient monk walked out. He injured the heavenly snake demon empress who was at the emperor realm. The Buddhas of Little Thunder Temple, with the help of the array, severely injured the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivator armies of other foreign forces. They also killed 3 great emperors. The injured heavenly snake demon empress led the remaining 6 million cultivator army and quickly withdrew from the western regions. However, after this battle, the western regions was almost completely destroyed. The prosperous western regions in the past, the birthplace of Buddhism. Now, it had turned into purgatory. Namo Amitabha. On this day, the old monk who walked out of the cracked Little Spirit Mountain put his palms together and looked at the shattered western regions. His voice was heavy. Chapter 32:29. Lin Feng had already heard about what happened in the western region. The Buddhists of the western region suffered heavy losses. But in the end, they finally defeated the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. This was a battle where both sides suffered heavy losses. But obviously, this time, the Buddhists of the western region had injured their vitality. In addition, the 4 Yazis led the remaining troops to the ancient demon continent and gathered with the demon army. With the addition of the 4 Yazis, the demon army was like a tiger that had grown wings. The demon army and the cultivator army of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces began a decisive battle. On the ancient demon plains, the cultivator army on both sides was a black mass. It covered the sky and the sun. A great battle broke out. This battle could be said to be a bloodbath. Whether it was the demon race, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, or the cultivator army formed by other foreign forces, too many people had died. The 4 Yazis were very crazy. Ever since the 9th Yazi died tragically, there was only hatred in the hearts of the 4 Yazis. In this battle, the 4 Yazis were not afraid of death. They killed an imperial emperor and 2 immortal emperors. This was the first time an imperial emperor had died. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces encountered the stubborn resistance of the demon race. In the end, they had no choice but to temporarily retreat from the ancient demon continent. Now, Western region, ancient demon continent, northern barbarian continent. These were the only 3 ancient continents that had not fallen. The cultivators of the 9 continents went to the 3 continents to seek protection. On this day, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds rolled. When he saw the situation in front of him, Lin Feng's expression could not help but change slightly. Lin Feng had a very deep memory. This oppressive aura. It was exactly the same as the aura on the day Lord Turtle was injured. That living being is here again? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Turtle coughed violently. He opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Master! Lin Feng looked at Lord Turtle. What will come will come, Lord Tortoise said in a low voice. Lin Feng clenched his fists because he had a premonition that something was about to happen. This made him extremely uneasy. He didn't know when it started. Lin Feng was already used to Master Tortoise's company. He could not imagine it. Master Tortoise was not around. Is there any way to break it? Lin Feng said. He wanted to find a way to resolve the crisis before him. However, Master Tortoise shook his head and said, What's going to happen will happen. Nothing can be reversed. Don't forget to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. After you've successfully cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, Old Monster Mo will tell you what to do. Back then, Old Monster Mo had told Lin Feng this. Master Tortoise wanted him to practice the 8-9 mysteries because he had an extremely important task for him to do. He had to reach the 5th level of the 8-9 mysteries. Only then would he be able to do that. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. There were actually such harsh conditions. But there was one thing he was clear about. That was it. That matter. It must be something incomparably important. I will. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Don't worry. Master might not really be in trouble. Master Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said. Then, Master Tortoise quickly flew outside. Don't come out. Before leaving, Master Tortoise said. Then, he disappeared into the dark clouds. Just like last time, Lin Feng was anxiously waiting. Last time, Master Tortoise returned injured. But this time, what kind of situation would it be? 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Master Tortoise still had not returned. TSK, 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 Tisk. A sinister voice came from the dark clouds. When he heard that voice, Lin Feng felt his soul trembling. He didn't know what kind of existence the owner of that voice was. But since he was able to injure Master Tortoise, it was enough to prove the terror of that existence. However, Lin Feng only heard that sinister voice. He didn't hear Master Tortoise's voice. As time passed, Lin Feng became more and more anxious. He decided to enter the dark clouds to explore. Are you crazy? You're seeking your own death. Even Master Tortoise was injured. After you go in, the other party may be able to kill you with just a thought. The Demon Lord couldn't help but say in a deep voice. He was warning Lin Feng. He told Lin Feng not to enter the dark clouds. Lin Feng naturally knew that the dark clouds were incomparably dangerous. However, now, he was extremely worried about Master Tortoise. The relationship between Lin Feng and Master Tortoise. It had long surpassed the relationship of an ordinary master and disciple. Lin Feng regarded Master Tortoise as his family. Now, Master Tortoise's life and death were unknown. Lin Feng couldn't stay any longer. No matter what, I have to enter the dark clouds to take a look. I don't know where my parents are now. My family is also missing. Master is my family, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The Demon Lord opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him again. But those words, in the end, he didn't say it out loud. The Demon Lord was willing to stay by Lin Feng's side. Wasn't it because of Lin Feng's sincere feelings? It touched the heart of the Demon Lord. Therefore, that was why he stayed behind. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped up, wanting to rush into the dark clouds. Buzz! However, a powerful energy shield appeared, directly enveloping the barren mountain. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng was bounced back. He couldn't leave the barren mountain. Lin Feng got up from the ground. He stood in place and looked outside. His face was extremely gloomy. Understand Master Tortoise's good intentions? The Demon Lord sighed and said, Clatter, clatter. The sound of chains colliding came from the dark clouds. Along with the sound of collisions, a series of collisions rang out. The dark clouds began to dissipate. Master still hasn't returned. Could it be that Master? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Break, 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 break for me. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. After being blocked by the light barrier, Lin Feng punched the light barrier one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. Lin Feng used all his strength, but he still couldn't break the shield. At this time, the dark clouds quickly dispersed. The mysterious creature and Master Tortoise in the dark clouds disappeared without a trace. Why did this happen? Lin Feng roared crazily. He couldn't accept what had happened. When the dark clouds dispersed, the energy shield that sealed the barren mountain also dispersed. Lin Feng rushed out. He wanted to find traces of the dark clouds, but he couldn't find anything. How is Master? Who is the creature in the dark clouds? Lin Feng stood in the forest and couldn't help but roar at the top of his lungs. Master Tortoise's fate was unknown. Lin Feng almost went crazy. He wanted to know Master Tortoise's whereabouts so badly. He wanted to know what kind of creature had attacked Master Tortoise. However, all of this was for Lin Feng. It was destined to be a secret. Old Monster Mo. Does he know who the other party is? Chapter 32:30. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the reincarnation pagoda. Then, he saw Old Monster Mo Sr. Something happened to my master, Lin Feng said with a worried expression. Old Monster Mo sighed and said, I already know about this. Unfortunately, I can't help you either. Master's life and death are unknown, and I can't do anything. This feeling is too terrible, Lin Feng said as he grabbed his hair. He felt like he was on the verge of collapse. It was precisely because he placed too much importance on relationships. That was why he was easily hurt. Old Monster Mo said, You don't have to blame yourself. You really can't interfere in this matter. And you don't have to worry now. I think Lord Turtle is still alive for the time being. Senior, do you mean that Master is still alive? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath and say. He hoped that Lord Turtle was still alive. No matter how terrifying the other party was, as long as Lord Turtle was still alive. Then, in the future, there was a possibility of saving Lord Turtle. If Lord Turtle died, that would really cut off all hope. Yes, Lord Turtle should still be alive. Those existences will not let Lord Turtle die so easily, Old Monster Mo said. Obviously, Old Monster Mo had a certain level of understanding towards those mysterious existences. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, Senior, can you tell me the identity of those existences? Old Monster Mo said, Now is not the time to tell you. When the time comes, I will definitely tell you. Senior, please tell me in advance. Only you and I know, no one else knows, Lin Feng said. Old Monster Mo said, You are still too young. In this world, there are many things that are far more complicated than you can imagine. This world is also far more dangerous than you can imagine. This is a world where people eat people up without spitting out the bones. Therefore, you have to be careful at all times. In my long life, I have seen too many talented cultivators. If they are not careful, they will lose the whole game and end up dead. Therefore, at this time, you have to be careful. You can't be careless. Hearing Old Monster Mo's earnest words, Old Monster Mo's expression changed. Lin Feng knew. No matter what he said, Old Monster Mo would never tell Lin Feng the identities of those mysterious existences. What cultivation level do I have to reach before I can know the other party's identity? Lin Feng asked. Old Monster Mo said, Try your best to raise your cultivation. When your cultivation is as strong as possible, I will find an opportunity to tell you. Old Monster Mo did not tell Lin Feng exactly what realm he was at. Lin Feng felt helpless. Good. I can't wait for that day to arrive, Lin Feng said. Subsequently, Lin Feng left Old Monster Mo's place. The situation in the 9 regions was still extremely tense. Now, Lin Feng had a lot of things to do. Lord Turtle was no longer in the reincarnation immortal sect. No matter what happened next, Lin Feng would have to shoulder it. Men, he should be indomitable. Something happened. That would solve the problem. Instead of retreating, Lin Feng was never the type to back down when faced with trouble. On this day, the Stone Puppet King arrived at the reincarnation immortal sect. Seeing the injured Stone Puppet King, Lin Feng hurriedly welcomed him into the reincarnation immortal sect. He saw some old friends. Qing Emperor, Little Stone King. They were all injured, especially Little Stone King, who had lost an arm. For the Stone Tribe, losing a part of the body was a heavy blow. Because the stone tribe was very special. This tribe, they were born and nurtured by the earth. They were particular about being one with the heavens. The prerequisite to being one with the heavens was that one's body was perfect. Little Stone King's body was already damaged. Therefore, Little Stone King's expression was ugly. Lin Feng could understand Little Stone King's feelings. Senior, let's heal your injuries first. Let's do something big. Lin Feng said, we must kill all races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. The Stone Puppet King's voice was cold. Finally, he said coldly, especially the creatures of the Black Fog race. We must tear them into pieces. The Stone Puppet King's remaining troops recuperated in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Not long after, the demon race sent people to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. They informed Lin Feng of a piece of news. The demon race's old emperor planned to gather the experts of all the major forces in the 9 states to discuss an alliance. Lin Feng had heard of this demon race's old emperor long ago. It was this demon race's old emperor who had awakened and involved the sovereigns of all races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. That was why the ancient demon continent had not fallen. This old emperor was called the Holy Soul Demon Emperor. He was transformed from a golden eagle. This old emperor did not only send invitations to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He also sent invitations to some ancient races in the underground world. For example, the Primordial Demon Race and the Primordial Demon Race. The Primordial Demon Race and the Primordial Demon Race were very mysterious. They were extremely powerful in the past, but now they had declined. They lived deep underground and basically did not interfere with the affairs of the outside world. But now, after receiving the demon race's old emperor's invitation, these 2 major forces also sent experts. In addition, some of the evil sects hidden underground also received invitations. Those secluded families and secluded sects also received invitations. The chaotic ancient era was in turmoil. The 9 states was also affected. This demon race's old emperor was already extremely powerful at that time. He fought bloody battles for the 9 states and dyed the outer realm with blood. He almost died. Therefore, many forces had to give him face. Little Rock King came with the messenger and told Lin Feng the identity of the demon race's old emperor. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This demon race's old emperor had a great background. Little Rock King continued, in fact, this old emperor's strength is much weaker than before because of his injuries. Back then, he fought bloody battles outside the realm and killed the extraterritorial races until they trembled in fear. From this, one can see how powerful he was at his peak. Lin Feng could not help but be fascinated, as if he had seen the glory of the demon race's old emperor. One had to know, the chaotic ancient era had never been peaceful. First, the passage to the demon world opened, and the creatures of the demon world appeared. Then, the creatures of the foreign realm appeared, and then the creatures of the previous era appeared. It was a chaotic era. Even an Emperor Realm expert could not guarantee that he would be able to survive in that era. In the chaotic ancient era, some top experts appeared in the 9 states. This demon race's old emperor illuminated the chaotic ancient era for a long time. Many people thought that this demon race's old emperor had fallen in the chaotic ancient era. In reality, he was only injured and went into seclusion. Then, he sealed his body and lived until now. If it were not for the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces invading the 9 states, this demon race's old emperor might still not appear. This gathering, it would affect the future of the 9 states. Lin Feng would naturally attend. 3 days later, the Stone Puppet King's injuries were healed. Chapter 32-31. Holy Demon City. The number 1 ancient city in the ancient demon continent. This ancient city had a long history. From afar, it looked like a primordial beast living on the ground. It was heavy and oppressive. It was suffocating. After entering the Holy Demon City, the first thing that came into view was a huge square. On the plaza, there were 9 divine statues. The first statue had a snake's body and a human's head. It was Goddess Nuwa. The second statue held a giant axe. It was a mortal Pangu. The third statue had a lion's body and a human's head. Lin Feng had never seen or heard of this existence. The fourth statue was a seven-colored phoenix. The fifth statue was an ancestor dragon with a human's body and a dragon's head. The sixth statue was actually a holy monkey. Was it the great sage, heaven's equal? The seventh statue was a sacred beast, the Kuren Pong. The eighth statue was a sacred beast, the Qilin. The ninth statue was a peacock. These existences are more or less related to the demon race. They were extremely powerful in the past. Little Rock King said. Lin Feng nodded. There were many shocking figures in the history of the demon race. The experts in front of him were only a part of them. They were far from being able to represent the many experts in the history of the demon race. Lin Feng and the others entered the mansion deep in the holy demon city. The cultivators who came to participate in the gathering were all arranged to stay here. You're Lin Feng? Not long after entering the mansion, more than 10 cultivators walked over. One of the cultivators, who looked quite young, looked at Lin Feng coldly. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator indifferently. Although the cultivator in front of him looked quite young, his cultivation was very powerful. He should be a great emperor expert. Lin Feng felt that this person's lifespan should be about 10,000 years. Compared to a long lifespan, 10,000 years of lifespan was naturally not that long. Imperial Dao Jiuxiao, the cultivator said in an indifferent voice. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. So this person was from the Imperial Dao family. Huang Daobu Bai was a direct descendant of the Huang Dao clan, but he was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had long been listed as a must-kill person by the Huang Dao clan. As for Ling she had fallen into the hands of the Huang Dao clan. Lin Feng had always wanted to rescue Ling. Therefore, the relationship between both parties. They were like fire and water. What? Do you need something from me? Lin Feng said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Huang Dao Jiuxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light, because he felt that Lin Feng was looking down on him. Those who offend my Huang Dao clan never have a good ending. It has always been like this since the ancient times. Huang Dao Jiuxiao said indifferently. He spoke very straightforwardly, and his killing intent was not concealed at all. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our young master like that? The poison ancestor immediately cried out. Du Zhu was loyal to Lin Feng. Naturally, he would not allow others to step on Lin Feng's head. Is a servant qualified to speak to me? Huang Dao Jiuxiao looked indifferent. He sneered. He described Du Zhu as a servant. He looked at Du Zhu with disgust and contempt, as if he was looking at a servant. It had to be said, Huang Dao Jiuxiao was very good at figuring out the psychological changes of others. With just a few words, he could provoke the anger in others' hearts. Du Zhu was infuriated by Huang Dao Jiuxiao's words. He looked at Huang Dao Jiuxiao as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. Lin Feng said, Du Zhu, remember, dogs can bite people, but people can't bite dogs. Ha ha ha, that's right. You're absolutely right. Du Zhu laughed when he heard Lin Feng's words. Kid, what did you say? Huang Dao Jiuxiao naturally knew that Lin Feng was mocking him. He looked at Lin Feng. He could not help but glare angrily. Lin Feng ignored Huang Dao Jiuxiao. He walked straight into the depths. A slap in the face. This was simply a slap in the face. In this world, was there anything more humiliating than directly ignoring the other party? Huang Dao Jiuxiao had been here for such a long time. Lin Feng did not even flare at Huang Dao Jiuxiao. This was the best way to slap the face. Huang Dao Jiuxiao felt a burning pain on his face. That must be Lin Feng. That's right. He is Lin Feng. Just like the rumors, he is too young. You can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Feng may be young, but no one dares to look down on him. It seems that the grudge between Lin Feng and the Huang Dao clan cannot be resolved. Some of the cultivators passing by couldn't help but discuss when they saw the conflict. Everyone knew about the grudge between Lin Feng and the Huang Dao clan. Obviously, neither side had the intention to sit down and resolve this grudge peacefully. Stop! Huang Dao Jiuxiao looked at Lin Feng coldly, and a terrifying aura directly enveloped Lin Feng. He wanted to intimidate Lin Feng with his powerful aura. However, Lin Feng was not affected at all. Moreover, just like before, Lin Feng directly ignored Huangdao Jiuxiao. Lin Feng repeatedly slapped Huangdao Jiuxiao's face. This made Huangdao Jiuxiao go crazy. Huangdao Jiuxiao originally wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Now, Huangdao Jiuxiao couldn't wait to trample Lin Feng under his feet. Stop! Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint blocked Huangdao Jiuxiao from the left and right. Lin Feng, don't you even have the courage to face me? If you don't even have the courage to do this, how can you talk about cultivation? Huangdao Jiuxiao couldn't help but mock. It's not that I don't. It's just that I don't want to fight with you at this time. Lin Feng turned to look at Huangdao Jiuxiao and said indifferently. Lin Feng was a person who understood the big picture. Now, the experts of many forces came to discuss the alliance. And the alliance, it was related to the survival of the 9 states. Lin Feng put his heart and soul on this matter. How could he have the time to care about Huangdao Jiuxiao's provocation? Huangdao Jiuxiao couldn't help but snort coldly. He naturally didn't want to fall behind at this time. Therefore, he sneered and said, "Since the alliance is imminent, I will spare you. For the time being, you won't die. But after the chaos in the 9 states is quelled, I will personally take your head." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangdao Jiuxiao turned and left. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. This person was too arrogant. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Huangdao Jiuxiao. Soon, Lin Feng saw the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Taoist. Seeing the 3 seniors, Lin Feng was very happy. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. Then, they talked about the recent situation. At night, the old emperor wants to meet you. The Fire Crow Taoist said. Chapter 32. At night, Lin Feng met the old monarch of the monster race. This was an old man who looked very inconspicuous. His body was slightly hunched, and his skin was as dry as tree bark. He looked very old. He didn't have a particularly powerful aura. He looked like a grandpa next door. However, the person in front of him was an expert who had shaken an entire era in the past. Junior Lin Feng greets Senior. Lin Feng bowed to the old monarch of the monster race. The old monarch waved his hand, and the great Peng King and the others understood and quickly left. The old monarch smiled and said, "Young friend, there's no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, we do have some connections." "Oh, connections? I don't quite understand what senior means." Lin Feng looked at the old monarch, puzzled. "Do you know of the heaven-devouring devil emperor?" The old monarch asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. The heaven-devouring devil emperor was also a cultivator of the sovereign emperor clan. Lin Feng had the heaven-devouring jar. It was a supreme treasure created by the heaven-devouring devil emperor. The heaven-devouring devil emperor was very mysterious. He seemed to have appeared in several great eras. Lin Feng was shocked to hear the old monarch mention the heaven-devouring devil emperor. Could the old monarch be an old friend of the heaven-devouring devil emperor? Lin Feng said. The heaven-devouring devil emperor is an ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan. However, I don't know much about him. I've heard about you. Your mother's clan is a sovereign emperor clan. Many powerful figures have appeared in their history. There's no need to mention the first-generation primogenitor. Later on, the Lord of Gods, the heaven-devouring devil emperor, and the others were all extremely terrifying existences. As for the heaven-devouring devil emperor, he should be the 5th-generation descendant of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. He's also an outstanding cultivator. In the past, I received guidance from him. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected the old monarch to have such a connection with the heaven-devouring devil emperor. Senior, have you heard of the Devil Pagoda? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of the mysterious Devil Pagoda that the Snow Clan had guarded in the past. Later, the demonic pagoda broke the seal and left. Lin Feng had heard that the heaven-devouring demon lord had fallen because of this demonic pagoda. Later on, the fall of the heaven-devouring demon emperor seemed to have something to do with this demonic pagoda. Demonic pagoda. Of course I know about it. I've seen it before. The monster race old emperor narrowed his eyes and said, when he said the word demonic pagoda, The monster race old emperor's voice had clearly changed. The demonic pagoda clearly made it difficult for the monster race old emperor to calm down. I heard that the two ancestors of the sovereign clan, the heaven-devouring demon emperor and the heaven-devouring demon lord, both died because of the devil pagoda. Is that true? Lin Feng could not help but ask. This was something that had been bothering him for a long time. What kind of devilish might did the devil pagoda possess? It was able to kill two of the sovereign race's ancestors in the past. Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. I'm not too sure about this either. The demonic pagoda is indeed very scary and strange. However, I have never had any contact with the Devil Tower. Therefore, it is difficult to comment on this matter. The monster race old emperor said. Then, he frowned slightly. Although I don't know where this news came from, I have a feeling that it is not true. Although the Devil Pagoda is terrifying, it still managed to kill the heaven-devouring demon emperor and the heaven-devouring demon lord. Lin Feng nodded. Over the years, he had often thought about this matter. Every time he thought about it, he found it inconceivable and unbelievable. Now that he heard the monster race old emperor say this, Lin Feng also felt the same way. Things were not as the rumors had said. Of course, what happened in the past? It had long since become a secret. He wanted to find out the truth. It was simply too difficult. Now, the Devil Pagoda has split into two. The first and second Devil Pagoda are trying to devour each other. Ever since they reappeared, the first and second Devil Pagoda have gone missing. No one knows where they went. Lin Feng said. The monster race old emperor said. The Devil Pagoda will merge sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. I wonder who will be able to devour who? Lin Feng continued asking about the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Lin Feng was very curious about this ancestor. The monster race old emperor knew this ancestor. Lin Feng was able to learn many things about this ancestor from the monster race old emperor. He was very powerful and very easygoing. The monster race old emperor began to describe the heaven-devouring demon emperor. The two of them chatted for an entire night. Until the next morning, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. How did this ancestor die in the past? After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. He played with the jar and muttered to himself. The heaven-devouring jar was currently incomplete. In the past, it had been shattered by someone. However, Lin Feng did not know who had shattered it. This was the heaven-devouring demon emperor's natal treasure. Yet, it had been shattered. From this, one could see how intense the battle had been. It had definitely been a tragic battle. If even his natal treasure had been shattered, one could guess the outcome of that battle. The past is destined to be a secret, Lin Feng muttered. He really wanted to follow in his ancestors' footsteps and see what had happened to him in the past. However, this was destined to be just Lin Feng's idealistic thought. It was too unrealistic. In the next few days, one after another, experts arrived at Holy Demon City. Experts from the primordial demons and the absolute beginning demons had arrived. In the past, the primordial demons had even enslaved the celestial demons. From this, one could see just how powerful this race had been at its peak. A great emperor-level expert from the primordial demons had arrived. This was a mysterious existence shrouded in grayish-brown fog. He looked very evil. He had never shown himself, so no one knew what he looked like. This cultivator was said to be called the Prime Pure Demon. This name sounded strange and tongue-twisting. No one knew why this existence would give him such a name. A great emperor from the absolute beginning demons had also arrived. This was a cultivator transformed from a goldbiter rat. The goldbiter rat clan. They are one of the strongest demon clans of the absolute beginning demons. This clan is very terrifying. In the past, they used to feed on the divine spirit clan. Little Punking said. He mentioned the extraordinary goldbiter rat clan. In this era, there were not many clans that knew about the goldbiter rat clan. What kind of origin does the absolute beginning demons have? Is there any difference between them and you demons? Lin Feng asked. Little Punking said, according to the legends, Goddess Nuwa created all living beings, including the demons. This is the origin of the demons. But in truth, all of the living beings Her Majesty Nuwa created were based on the appearances of some of the living beings of the same era as her. Chapter 32-33. The primordial demon race and the absolute beginning demon race were extremely powerful. In the past, Lin Feng had once interacted with the cultivators of the primordial demon race. He knew how astonishing the talent of this race was. Now, the primordial demon race and the absolute beginning demon race had participated in the alliance. For the 9 provinces, this was a great thing. Time passed. The experts of the various reclusive families, sects, and evil sects had basically all arrived. Although, originally, the righteous cultivators and the evil sects did not get along. But now, everyone's goal was the same. They all wanted to chase the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign forces out of the 9 provinces. And on this day, the old monk who walked out of the little spirit mountain arrived at the reincarnation immortal sect and saw old monster Imo, benefactor Imo. Long time no see. The old monk had a benevolent appearance and bemoaned the state of the universe. There were 10 rays of Buddhist light behind his head. One look, and one could tell that he was an eminent monk. Previously, this old monk had even injured the Emperor Realm expert, the heavenly snake demon empress. From this, one could see how terrifying this old monk's cultivation was. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. After seeing the old monk, old monster Imo could not help but sigh. It was obvious that he and the old monk were old friends. How are the preparations for that matter going? The old monk asked. Old monster Imo said indifferently. The crisis of the 9 provinces. Master, instead of caring about the crisis that the 9 provinces is facing, you are actually concerned about that matter first. This is truly surprising. The old monk said, this penniless monk has seen the crisis of the 9 provinces along the way. I have long made up my mind to do my best for the 9 provinces, and that matter is also extremely important. Old monster Imo could not help but sneer in his heart. He understood the old monk's personality too well. He knew what the old monk was thinking. However, old monster Imo did not say anything. Wait, old monster Imo said. I've waited for too many years. The old monk said. Old monster Imo said, there are many things that can only be done when the time is right. Otherwise, there's no use in being anxious. The old monk put his palms together and chanted, Umitba. Good, good. Patron, you're right. I won't continue to disturb you here. I plan to head to the ancient demon continent to take a look. I heard that the cultivators of the 9 states are going to form an alliance there. I hope that our Buddhist sect can do something for the 9 states. With that said, the old monk got up and left. After the old monk left, old monster Imo coldly chuckled. His eyes flickered with a strange light, but no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng stayed in the holy demon city for 10 days. Finally, the gathering of the various powers of the 9 prefectures was finally about to begin. The location was in the reception hall of the residence. There were a total of 7 hidden families. They were the Huangdao clan, Kong clan, Wang clan, Mai clan, Sikong clan, Lu clan, and Zhou clan. There were 9 hidden sections. They were the Dark Een sect, the Scorching Sun sect, the Shinmi Mountain, the Dao Heaven Pavilion, the Immortal Extermination Tower, the Gods Valley, the Flying Feather sect, the Falling Flowers sect, and the Dao Seeking sect. The 7 reclusive families. The 9 hidden sects. All of them had strong foundations. The foundations of these forces were even stronger than the 10 great immortal sects of the 9 prefectures. On the side of the evil demon sect, there were the Gu evil sect, the Blood demon sect, the Purgatory demon sect, the Een corpse sect, and the Sacred Devil Hall. Among these 5 forces, Lin Feng was the most familiar with the Gu evil sect. Wu Qingqing of the Gu evil sect was Lin Feng's woman. Thus, to be honest, Lin Feng and the Gu evil sect were more or less related by marriage. In addition, Lin Feng also had some understanding of the Sacred Devil Hall, because there was a Sacred Devil Hall in the Sky Martial Continent. The Sacred Devil Hall in the Sky Martial Continent was the #1 demon Dao force in the Sky Martial Continent. And the Sacred Devil Hall in the Sky Martial Continent was a branch of the Sacred Devil Hall in the 9 prefectures. In the Sacred Devil Hall, Lin Feng also knew some people. Demoness Guanguan, the daughter of the sacred Devil Hall's Hall Master in the Sky Martial Continent. In the past, Lin Feng had trained with this woman. Guan was a peerlessly enchanting woman. In the past, when she was by Lin Feng's side, she always referred to herself as a servant and even called Lin Feng husband. Of course, at that time, Lin Feng naturally did not think that Guan really wanted to give herself to him. Guan's temperament was rather strange, so Lin Feng could not guess what this woman was thinking all day long. After that, Lin Feng never saw Guan again. However, he heard that the sacred Devil Hall of the Sky Martial Continent had come to the 9 prefectures. The sacred Devil Hall was rather mysterious in the 9 prefectures. In addition, the demonic path style of doing things was relatively low-key. Thus, they had been in the 9 prefectures for many years. Lin Feng had never had any news about the sacred Devil Hall. Although Lin Feng had heard of the other 3 great evil demon powers, he had never come into contact with them. There were also some other forces, but most of them were subordinate to the 5 great evil demon powers. For such a high-level gathering, those evil demon powers did not have the qualifications to participate. There were also a few great immortal sects participating in this gathering. Originally, there were 10 great immortal sects in the 9 prefectures. But now, the Sword Saint Immortal sect had been destroyed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The Supreme Immortal sect and the Ascension Immortal sect had colluded with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The power behind the Heavenly Tao Immortal sect was the hidden Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect was almost destroyed. The Heavenly Tao Immortal sect was already dead in name only. Now, the two sides had merged into a new Heavenly Tao Immortal sect. Although their power had declined greatly, but this time, there were still people from the Heavenly Tao Immortal sect who came. What surprised Lin Feng was, the representative of the Heavenly Tao Immortal sect was actually Zi Yuan. However, meeting Lin Feng again, they were like strangers. The Sunset Immortal sect, the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect, and the Longevity Immortal sect all sent experts. The Red Dust Immortal sect was too far away from the ancient demon continent. It would take more than half a year to send the letter. If everything went smoothly, it would take at least a year to go back and forth, although they had already sent someone to deliver the letter. However, everyone could no longer wait for the arrival of the Red World Ferry because the situation in the 9 prefectures had reached a point where it could not be delayed. Behind the Undying Immortal sect was the Undying clan. Now, the remnants of the Undying clan had long disappeared. As for the people of the Undying Immortal sect, they had submitted to the Black Fog clan. There were also experts from the Buddhist sect. Dozens of monks from the Buddhist sect came. The leader was a kind-looking man called Master Kong Hai. He was an eminent monk of the small Lane Temple of Buddhism in the western region. His cultivation was unfathomable. There were also experts from the Tao sect. The Tao sect had always been mysterious and had always been cultivating in Mount Longhu. Now that the 9 prefectures were in danger, the Taoist priest went down the mountain. He hoped to contribute to quelling the unrest. The high-level cultivators of the various large factions who could come here had basically rushed over as fast as they could, although there seemed to be quite a number of these factions. But in reality, the gap between them and the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign factions was a little big. Not to mention the extraterrestrial races, there were also the forces of the great worlds. Just talking about the myriad races, there were probably 4,000 to 5,000 races participating in the war. In the living room, hundreds of high-level cultivators from the various factions had gathered. The atmosphere in the hall. Chapter 32-34. Right now, the 9 prefectures are in danger. Since we are all cultivators of the 9 prefectures, if we don't do something for them, the 9 prefectures will really fall. I hope that everyone can express your opinion. Are you willing to do something for the 9 prefectures? The Monster Emperor looked at the upper echelons of the various factions. The upper echelons gathered here were basically the leaders of the various major factions. The factions that could participate in this gathering all had Emperor Realm cultivators overseeing them, and these cultivators were related to the future of the 9 states. After the monster emperor spoke, Fire Crow Taoist took the lead and said, "We are willing to lay down our lives and shed our blood for the 9 states. Even if we die on the battlefield, we have no regrets." The monster cultivators were naturally staunch supporters of the monster emperor, but the cultivators of the other factions were different. They had a completely different attitude. Many people didn't say anything. Many people were trying to protect themselves when dealing with the situation in front of them. Let them take action. Obviously, it wasn't that easy. Lin Feng said, "Senior Fire Crow Taoist is right. As cultivators of the 9 states, there is absolutely no reason to retreat when the 9 states is in danger. The Reincarnation Immortal sect is also willing to do our part to protect the 9 states. Black Mist race, myriad races, extraterrestrial races, as well as other foreign cultivators, should all be killed." The 4 Yazis spoke in unison with awe-inspiring killing intent, and their words made their attitude clear. Because of the death of the 9th Yazi, the 4 Yazis were now filled with hatred for the Black Mist race, myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators. Therefore, the 4 Yazis were now in the pro-war camp. Since we are cultivators of the 9 states, we naturally have to protect the 9 states. This is our route. If we give up on the 9 states, we will become rootless cultivators. When that time comes, our great Tao hearts will be severely damaged. How can we cultivate? The Stone Puppet King said. Lin Feng, the Stone Puppet King, and the Monster Emperor were close to each other. Therefore, they were on the same side. No matter what happened, they would advance and retreat together. However, the others didn't immediately express their stance. When Lin Feng saw that those people didn't say anything, he had the impression that they had failed to meet his expectations. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators had invaded the 9 states. It was as if it had nothing to do with them. Master Kong Hai, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had slaughtered millions of Buddhist monks in the western regions, and the number of innocent believers was innumerable. Buddhism is merciful. Shouldn't you say something? Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He directly mentioned Buddhist Master Kong Hai to express his attitude. Although he might offend Wizard Kong Hai, Lin Feng did not care. As long as they could expel the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other forces from the outside world. Let the 9 prefectures return to peace. Lin Feng didn't mind being the bad guy. Venerable Master Kong Hai put his palms together and said, "Ba, good indeed, good indeed. We Buddhists naturally have to fight against these evil forces. We are also willing to do our part." Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, the Tao sect of Lunghu Mountain is also willing to contribute. The Taoist from Mount Lunghu made his stance clear. Seeing the Buddhists, the Taoists all expressed their stance. Several celestial venerables also expressed their willingness to join the alliance. They would fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces together. These invaders are really despicable. Do they really think that there's no one in the 9 states? The primordial demon emperor of the primordial demon race said with an indifferent expression, "Then let's form an alliance and expel the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators." The Goldbiter Rat King of the primordial demon race also said with a cold expression. He made his stance clear. Next, only the 7 reclusive families and the 9 reclusive sects did not express their stance. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't you want to participate in this matter? Do you want to become the sinners of the 9 states?" "Kid, what are you talking about?" Immediately, some people looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. Although they really didn't want to participate in this matter, these people also didn't want to admit that they were the sinners of the 9 states. They didn't want to be the scapegoat. Since you want to be a bitch, don't set up a virtuous memorial arch. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and say. He had to be tough with these reclusive families and sections. He couldn't back down at all. These forces, they were amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. Before this gathering, the demon race's old emperor had already gathered Lin Feng and the others to discuss the alliance. They had expected that these reclusive families and sects might not want to participate in this battle. Therefore, everyone discussed. They would forcefully kidnap these people to participate in this alliance. Once the alliance was formed, there would be no room for retreat. Otherwise, they would be seen as traitors. When the time came, not only would their ancestors be humiliated, they would also be attacked by the alliance. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I was just lamenting. I didn't say anything about everyone. Don't take it personally." Junior, do you dare to say that you don't dare to admit it? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength, said someone while smiling coldly. He was trying to provoke Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, "If you insist on thinking that way, then so be it." They saw that Lin Feng was a complete pain in the ass. The cultivators of these reclusive families and sects all had ugly expressions on their faces. The demon race's old emperor said, "Fellow Taoists of the reclusive families and sects, everyone, think about it carefully. If the 9 prefectures really fall, do you think that the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other external forces will let you off?" These people sneered in their hearts because they had a plan to deal with it. If it really didn't work, they could lead their clansmen and leave the 9 prefectures. It was the same for heading to a planet with life to cultivate in the extraterrestrial world. When the 9 prefectures gradually stabilized, they would return quietly. At that time, no one would know. Haven't you all seen it yet? These people don't want to interfere in this matter at all. If we let these people go, they might one day become the claws of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other external forces. Why don't we take advantage of today? How about we kill all of them? Lin Feng's eyes revealed a dense killing intent. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the expressions of these reclusive families and sects changed drastically. These people were also afraid. They were worried that these cultivators would really join forces and kill them, as Lin Feng said. "That's right. I think this suggestion is feasible." The absolute beginning demon race's great emperor could not help but laugh sinisterly. Many people revealed killing intent. The world of cultivators was so cruel. If they were not friends, they were enemies. Chapter 32-35. Those secluded clans and sects hated Lin Feng so much that they were gnashing their teeth in anger. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's suggestion, everyone might not really target them like this. And after Lin Feng's suggestion was made, their group immediately became the target of public criticism. "Everyone, we did not say that we would not participate in this matter. As one of the most powerful forces in the 9 prefectures, we naturally have the responsibility to protect the 9 prefectures." The sect leader of the hidden sect, the Blazing Sun sect, said. But it was obvious that he did not mean what he said. He was forced to agree because he had no other choice. The rest of the hidden families and sects also expressed their stance one after another, agreeing to the alliance. Seeing these people agree, many people revealed a trace of a smile. 7 great hidden families, 9 great hidden sections. These forces were not to be underestimated. If they joined the battle, this great battle, it would be even more intense. The chances of the 9 prefectures winning would also be higher. Lin Feng said, "I heard a story in the past." "What story?" The monster race old emperor could not help but ask curiously. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. At this time, the story Lin Feng was going to tell would definitely be different. The cultivators of the hidden families and sects had gloomy expressions, because these people had a feeling that Lin Feng was going to do something again. Lin Feng said, "In the past, I heard that there was a powerful army. This was an undead army, and it was a cursed undead army." The moment Lin Feng opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. This story, it didn't sound simple. Moreover, many people felt that Lin Feng was going to tell this story. Perhaps it wasn't a story. It was a real thing. Everyone did not say anything, but carefully listened to the story Lin Feng was going to tell. Lin Feng continued, "The origin of the story is the turmoil at the end of the immortal ancient era. The immortal ancient era was the first great era after the Xiantian era, but at the end of the immortal ancient era, an unprecedented war broke out. It's said that the war was caused by many factors. There were creatures from other realms and eras that participated in the war. Back then, the war engulfed the entire universe. Countless races were wiped out, and countless powers were annihilated. The effects of that war were too great. Even the 3 supreme worlds, the 6 paths world, the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, and small worlds were all affected. In the end, the creatures who crossed over epochs were heavily injured and had to retreat, but the creatures from the other side were still strong. In our world, many powers have formed an alliance army, wishing to carry out a great decisive battle against the foreign creatures. There is a cultivator army that is extremely powerful, guarding the flank, stopping a portion of the foreign creatures' attacks. However, at the most critical moment of the battle, the cultivator army actually withdrew from the battlefield. This directly led to the foreign creatures not having anyone to stop them. They circled around behind the main cultivator army and ambushed them. This also led to the main cultivator army being attacked from both sides, suffering heavy losses. The cultivators of the 3 supreme realms, the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, small worlds, and countless life planets formed an alliance army. Who knows how many people died in the war? The remaining people were heavily surrounded by the foreign creatures, and in the end, were refined to death by the foreign creatures. That war was too tragic, simply unbearable to look back on. Now that I think about it, I can feel the tragic situation of that war back then. Those cultivators who were besieged by the foreign creatures and refined to death, before they died, they cursed. They cursed those cultivators who betrayed the Alliance army to become dead spirits, never to be reincarnated. At this point, Lin Feng stopped. The entire story was finished. This story was told to Lin Feng by the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. This story was not made up, but something that really happened back then. Of course, there were some things that Lin Feng did not say. For example, after the cursed army turned into dead spirits, they were waiting for a cultivator with a token to come. As long as they helped the cultivator with the token do one thing, at that time, they would be able to be free. And the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor, he obtained the token. Young master, you mean to say that even allies can't be trusted? Du Zhu said. No, that's not what I meant. Lin Feng shook his head and continued. Some allies can naturally be trusted, such as the demon race, Yazi tribe, Stone Golem King tribe, Buddhism, Taoism, primordial demon race, absolute beginning demon race, the 5 great evil demon forces, several great immortal sects, and other forces can be trusted. But these hidden families and sects can't be trusted. Kid, what right do you have to say that we can't trust you? A group of cultivators from hidden sects and clans were glaring at Lin Feng furiously. All of them wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. These cultivators, they hated Lin Feng to the bone. When we expressed our intention to join the war, you were the only ones who didn't. In the end, you were forced by us to agree to join the war. How can we trust you? Is this reason enough? Lin Feng said indifferently. Humph. Since we said that we would join the war, we naturally won't return. We can use the reputation of the hidden sects and families as a guarantee. These cultivators from the hidden sects and families said coldly, words are no guarantee. How about this? You guys can make an oath. If you dare to betray the alliance, you will also become a dead spirit and never be reincarnated. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. This oath was simply too vicious. Cultivators rarely swore oaths, because everything in the unseen world was naturally sensed. If they made an oath, they would betray the oath again. In the end, there would definitely be no good ending. Therefore, it was extremely taboo for cultivators to make an oath. Poisonous oaths were even more taboo. When Lin Feng suggested that the secluded clans and sects take the oath, they were all shocked. These people from the hidden sects and families couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Du Zhu said sinisterly, if you abide by the oath, you naturally don't have to worry about the backlash. Now that you are unwilling to make an oath, are you harboring evil intentions? Du Zhu's words could be said to be murderous. The group of people's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. All right, we'll make an oath. These cultivators from the hidden sects and families said with gloomy expressions. Things had already come to this point. If they didn't obey Lin Feng's words and make an oath, today, it was almost impossible to leave the hall alive. Chapter 32-36. Today, we swear that we are willing to do our best to protect the 9 states. If we violate the oath, we will become dead spirits and never be able to reincarnate. The 7 reclusive families. The experts of the 9 reclusive sects all made the oath. This was a grand oath, and the number of people involved was too great. The grander the oath, the more it could not be violated. Once violated, when the time came, the oath would often become true. When the time came, everyone's fate would become extremely tragic. Naturally, no one was willing to end up like this. So, they had to abide by the oath. Congratulations on joining the alliance. Lin Feng smiled. The group of people could not help but snort coldly. They did not give Lin Feng a good look. These people hated Lin Feng to the bone. Naturally, they would not give Lin Feng a good look. Since we have formed the alliance, there is a need to choose an alliance leader. Someone suggested. The old demon emperor is highly respected. How about the old demon emperor be the alliance leader? Lin Feng said. Among all the people present, the old demon emperor's cultivation was the strongest. Lin Feng suggested that the old demon emperor be the alliance leader, even if there were people who wanted to object. In the end, they did not say it out loud. They did not want the old demon emperor to be the alliance leader. They were not convinced by the old demon emperor. In a one-on-one battle, who could defeat the old demon emperor? Some cultivators who had their own ideas would not look for trouble at this time. Thank you for your support. Since we have formed the alliance, we have to unite against the outside world. Now, we should quickly gather the cultivator army and form an army to sweep away the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces, to strengthen the might of the 9 states' cultivators. The old demon emperor said. This suggestion was unanimously agreed by everyone. Next, everyone left one after another, gathered the army, and gathered in the ancient demon continent. The day of the final battle was getting closer and closer. If the 9 states alliance could not resist the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces, when the time came, the 9 states would completely fall. At that time, Lin Feng also had to consider retreating. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Lin Feng would not give up on the 9 prefectures. Because there were still millions of innocent people in the 9 regions waiting for Lin Feng and the others to save them. Everyone returned to their own factions to assemble their armies. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were also gathering their armies. The great emperors of the 3 factions didn't want to drag this out any longer. They wanted to get rid of the 9 states alliance once and for all. Recklessly forming the so-called 9 states alliance is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. That's right. An army of cultivators formed by a bunch of lowly races is nothing but a motley crew. The martial emperors from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all laughed coldly. They had joined forces with the Black Fog tribe, the Supreme Immortal sect, the Ascension Immortal sect, and the Earth Master lineage to deal with the 9 states alliance army. This was bound to be an unprecedented war. Only eccentric Emo was left to guard the Reincarnation Immortal sect. This was because old Monster Emo was connected to the 9 dragon veins beneath the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It was extremely difficult for him to leave the Reincarnation Immortal sect. In that case, it was a good opportunity for old Monster Emo to stay behind and protect the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After all, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was Lin Feng's base camp. Many of Lin Feng's women were in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If there were no experts guarding the Reincarnation Immortal sect, if the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces took advantage of the situation, that would be terrible. By then, it would be too late for regrets. As for Du Zhu, the evil supremacy saint, the 2 ghost emperors, and the black armored knights, they were all taken away by Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng also took 15 million cultivators with him. He left behind about 5 million cultivators to guard the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Originally, the Reincarnation Immortal sect's cultivator army was less than 20 million, but a large number of cultivators had joined them during this period of time and replenished their strength. The Reincarnation Immortal sect's cultivator army had exceeded 20 million. Under Lin Feng's lead, the mighty army headed for the ancient demon continent. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived, many cultivators had already arrived at the ancient demon continent and were ready to set off. After waiting for half a month, the cultivator armies formed by the various major forces were all assembled. The reincarnation immortal sect had 15 million cultivators. The underground demon army led by the primordial demons and the primordial demons had the largest number of cultivators. There were 20 million of them. The ancient demon continent had 6 million cultivators from the demon race. The 5 major demon forces had 3 million cultivators from the demon race. In addition, the cultivator armies of the great immortal sects totaled 4 million cultivators. The cultivator armies of the 7 hidden families totaled 9 million cultivators. The cultivator armies of the 9 hidden sects totaled 12 million cultivators. Due to the heavy losses of the Buddhist sect, they only managed to gather a cultivator army of 1 million monks. The Taoist sect had gathered 1.5 million cultivators. As for the remaining troops of the 4 Yazis and the Stone Puppet King, their numbers were extremely low. There were only about 20,000 of them left. Great Emperor-level experts, including Lin Feng, the Reincarnation Immortal sect had 5 Emperor-level experts. The demon race of the ancient demon continent had 11 great emperors. The primordial demons and the primordial demons had 6 Emperor-level experts. The Buddhist sect had 4 Emperor-level experts. The Taoist sect had 5 Emperor-level experts. The 5 great demonic sects had 12 Emperor-level experts. The 7 hidden families had sent out 26 great Emperor-level experts. These reclusive clans were truly terrifying. They actually had so many great emperors. As for the secluded sects, there were as many as 32 great emperors. Other than the Reincarnation Immortal sect, the other major sects had 16 Emperor-level experts. In addition, there were 5 itinerant great emperors who had joined the alliance. Lastly, there were the 4 Yazis, the Stone Puppet King, and the 5 Emperor-level experts. The human race's old emperor had yet to appear. No one knew where he was. The Red World Fairy. She had yet to arrive from the space-time reversal sea region. The 9 States Alliance had gathered a total of 127 Emperor-level experts. The number of great Emperor-level experts was almost the sum of all the forces' foundations. Many great emperors were great emperors who had broken out of the stone. It was now the end of the era. Therefore, these great emperors who had sealed themselves in the stone had come out. In addition to the 127 great emperors, the 9 States Alliance had gathered a cultivator army of 52 million. This was almost all the strength the 9 States Alliance could bring out. There seemed to be a lot of great emperors and cultivator army. However, this force was formed by the fresh forces of all the forces in the 9 States Alliance. Moreover, the combined strength of these cultivators was far inferior to the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. Most importantly, the 9 States Alliance had fewer great emperors than the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. Therefore, what would the final result of this battle be? No one knew. However, the only thing they knew was that there would be a bloody battle in the near future. When the time came, there would be rivers of blood, corpses, mountains of corpses. 9 states. Chapter 32-37. The army of the 9 States Alliance gathered together and set off from the ancient demon continent. They advanced all the way and entered the territory of the Dragonfire continent. The cultivator armies of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces also gathered and rushed over from various continents. They gathered together. Of course, this also included the cultivator armies formed by the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the Earth Master lineage that colluded with the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. This cultivator army. There were a total of 35 million people. It was only about half of the cultivator army of the 9 states. Although the number of people was relatively small. However, many of these cultivator soldiers were elite cultivators who had been transferred over from their respective worlds. These cultivators were very powerful. Their combat strength was terrifying, and their auras were magnificent. Moreover, their equipment was better than the cultivators of the 9 states. Of course, the most important thing was that the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had more great emperors. There were a total of 284 martial monarchs in total. Among them, there were a total of 6 emperor-level experts. These 6 people were Saint Emptiness, Shun Wandao, Heavenly Snake Demon Empress, Lady Qianhong, Ancestor of All Evil, Saint Black Evil. Each of the 6 emperor-level experts was more terrifying than the last. Their combat strength could be said to be heaven-defying. In addition, there were also 24 emperor-level experts, 70 immortal emperors, 184 emperor god experts. This was only the experts of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. The Supreme Immortal Sect also had 3 emperor-level experts. The Ascension Immortal Sect had 2 emperor-level experts. The Earth Master lineage had 2 emperor-level experts. The Black Fog race had 7 great emperors. Therefore, the combined strength of these people was extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that the peak combat strength of these people was too powerful. Great emperor-level cultivators. Great emperor-level cultivators that far surpassed Lin Feng's 9 States Alliance. Such an enormous power was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was shocking. These cultivators quickly gathered towards the Dragonfire continent. Obviously, they wanted to fight to the death with the 9 States Cultivator Army. Dragonfire continent. Dragonfire plains. The armies of both sides gathered and gathered. In the endless calm sky, the black mass of cultivators gathered together. On one side was the 9 regions Cultivator Army. On the other side was the Cultivator Army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Coming to die so quickly has saved us a lot of trouble, Saint Shiwu said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The Cultivator Army on their side was only half of the Cultivator Army of the 9 regions. But so what? The Cultivator Army on their side was extremely powerful. They were all elite cultivators. Their individual combat ability far surpassed that of the 9 prefectures' Cultivator Army. Of course, the most important thing was the number of great Emperor Realm experts on their side was far more than the number of great Emperor Realm experts in the 9 provinces' Cultivator Army. We will only know the result after the battle, Lin Feng sneered. After seeing Lin Feng, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces all came over. The cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Geomasters, and the Black Mist Tribe were all filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng, you brat, your fate is to be captured by us and then be tortured ruthlessly. You will wish you were dead. Then, another great Emperor Realm expert said coldly. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was very strong. Attack. Attack. Both sides gave the order to attack. Woo-woo, then. The horn for the attack sounded. Black Tortoise Shield Formation. Lin Feng gave the order. The cultivators on their side used the Black Tortoise Shield Formation. The 800 Black Tortoise Shields that they had obtained previously had been repaired. Now, they could form a powerful shield formation. However, 800 Black Tortoise Shields could only protect 10 million cultivators. And these 10 million cultivators were the vanguard of the 9 provinces' Cultivator Army. They rushed to the front. The Black Tortoise Shields were very precious. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces only had about 800 Black Tortoise Shields. Last time, when Saint Shiwu and Shun Wandao led the army to besiege the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, they were defeated, and the Black Tortoise Shields were left behind. Therefore, they didn't have any Black Tortoise Shields now. After the Black Tortoise Shield Formation formed a powerful formation to protect the vanguard of the 9 Provinces Alliance. The Black Tortoise Shield Formation formed a powerful defense to block the enemy's attack. Then, the attacks of the 9 Provinces Alliance's Cultivator Army were incomparably violent and ferocious. All kinds of attacks were launched towards the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces. Activate the magic treasures. The higher-ups of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. Treasure light flashed. One after another, powerful defensive magic treasures were taken out. These magic treasures floated in mid-air, blocking the attacks of the 9 provinces cultivator army. In this tug-of-war, many magic treasures began to be destroyed. Then, the attacks of the 9 provinces cultivator army gradually fell into the camp formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces. Bang, bang, bang. Then, one by one, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces exploded and died on the spot. Black Tortoise Shield Formation. When we attacked the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, we shouldn't have brought these treasures. In the end, they were taken by Linfeng. Now, the 9 provinces cultivator army is using our treasures against us. How hateful! The ancestor of all evil said with a gloomy expression. Saint Sovereign Hesia said, when we escaped, we should have at least brought these black tortoise shields back and not left them on the battlefield. Saint Shiwu said indifferently, it's easy for you to say that. At that time, the formation was densely packed. Corpses piled up like mountains. It was already difficult for us to protect ourselves. How were we going to find the black tortoise shields that were buried among the countless corpses? The heavenly snake demon empress said, everyone, stop arguing. The enemy has the black tortoise shield formation, which is a big problem. We can't continue like this. The casualties are too high. It seems that we have to act. All right, lead the emperors and attack together, Shun Wandao said coldly. Soon, these great emperors came to an agreement. They planned to attack together. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces had a total of 284 emperors. The Black Fog tribe had a total of 7 great emperors. The 3 emperors of the Taishang Immortal Sect, the 2 emperors of the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the 2 emperors of the Earth Master lineage made their moves as well. Boom! These emperors emitted a terrifying energy that could distort space and time. This aura was too frightening, causing others to be aghast. The War of the Emperors is about to begin. Chapter 32-38. There were a total of 298 great emperors on the other side. The 9 States Alliance only had a total of 127 great emperors. The disparity in strength was too great. However, the 9 States Alliance also had their own advantages. The first advantage was the great emperors of the same level. The great emperors of the 9 states were the most powerful. Secondly, the cultivator army of the 9 States Alliance was relatively large. Ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, the 9 States Alliance had so many cultivator armies. If there was no black tortoise shield formation, the cultivator army of the 9 States Alliance might already be a little strenuous against the cultivator army of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. However, with the help of the black tortoise shield formation, the 9 States Alliance, they could use a portion of their forces to hold back the cultivator army of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The remaining cultivator army of the 9 states, they could help the great emperors of the 9 States Alliance deal with the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Finally, there was a third advantage. The cultivator army of the 9 States Alliance, regardless of whether they were great emperors or ordinary cultivators, they were all protecting their homeland and their loved ones. They were fighting a bloody battle. They were not afraid of death, because if they could not defend the 9 states, then, if the 9 states fell, everyone would be homeless and countless living beings would be slaughtered. And among these people who died in vain, there would definitely be their loved ones and friends. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 States Alliance's cultivator army held nothing back. But the cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were completely different. They were invaders. Invading the 9 states. It was for benefits. If people died, even if there were great benefits, at this moment, what did it have to do with them? Therefore, the cultivator army of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, they all held back. They would not use all their strength, not to mention fighting with their lives. This was the biggest difference between the 2 cultivator armies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The great emperors of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces soared into the sky and quickly charged towards the great emperors of the 9 States Alliance. Cultivator Army, prepare to attack. The old demon emperor gave the order. The 30 million cultivator army of the 9 States Alliance involved the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. As for the remaining cultivator army, all of them attacked. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded the opposing Great Emperor. Meanwhile, the Great Emperor of the 9 States Alliance, they also made their moves. All kinds of powerful divine skills were displayed and attacked the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. All the attacks converged together, and the entire world was drowned by the divine ability. It was as if doomsday had arrived. That scene, it was truly shocking and emotionally moving. Although the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces were extremely powerful, the great emperors on this side were extremely powerful. However, in the face of such an attack, many people couldn't help but be aghast. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from both sides collided, accompanied by the sound of bodies exploding. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were constantly losing great emperors. Of course, a fallen great emperor-level cultivator. Basically, they were all god emperor-level cultivators. However, the attacks from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign great emperors landed on the 9 State Alliance's cultivator army and slaughtered a large number of them. Every kind of attack. At least a few hundred people from the 9 States Alliance's cultivator army were killed. At most, thousands of people were killed. It could be said that this was an extremely tragic battle. Constant bleeding, constant casualties. Kill, kill, kill. However, the cultivators of the 9 States Alliance's cultivator army didn't retreat at all. Many of them shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes and roared as they charged towards the opposing great emperors. Many people knew the difference between the two great emperors. Therefore, the 9 States Alliance's cultivator army fearlessly charged towards the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. They wanted to delay these people as much as possible. Let the great emperors of the 9 States. They wanted to kill as many of the other party's great emperors as possible and then draw the number of great emperors of the two sides closer, even if they died tragically under the attacks of the other party's great emperors. The cultivator army of the 9 States Alliance had no regrets either. They watched as the army charged towards the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Then, the cultivator army turned into ashes one after another. Lin Feng's eyes were already filled with tears. The battle was too tragic. But this was war. Bleeding, injured, and dead. This was the main theme of war. Kill the foreign races. The great emperor of the 9 States roared. Even the great emperors of the reclusive families and sects who were forced to join this war saw the great emperors of the 9 States Alliance fearlessly charging towards the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. In the end, they died tragically. The blood of the great emperors of these reclusive families and sects was completely stimulated. Now, they no longer had any personal grudges in their hearts. They only wanted to expel these myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Kill them. The old emperor of the demon race roared and charged towards the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Under the cover of the fearless charge of the 9 States Alliance's cultivator army, they quickly charged over. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Great emperor-level experts were constantly being killed. The 9 States Alliance had lost close to 20 million cultivator army. The 9 States Alliance had paid such a heavy price, but they had also gained a lot in exchange. The great emperors of the 9 States Alliance seized the opportunity and killed 78 great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The number of great emperors on the other side had decreased sharply. From Lin Feng's point of view, although there was a difference in strength, there was no difference in value in life. The lives of 20 million people were only exchanged for the lives of 78 great emperors. This price, it was simply too disastrous. Retreat. Don't continue to charge. The great emperors of the 9 states shouted loudly. They were shouting at the cultivators of the 9 states alliance who were still charging fearlessly towards the great emperors of the other side to stop. The losses on the 9 states alliance's side were too great. They couldn't continue to suffer losses like this. Or else, the fresh troops of the 9 states alliance would be wiped out sooner or later. The other side still had 220 great emperors left. Their numbers still far exceeded the great emperors of the 9 states. But so what? The great emperors of the 9 states. They were not afraid of a battle. Kill. The heavenly profound pagoda above Lin Feng's head took out 2 stone swords and charged towards the great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Kill. The great emperors of the 9 states soared into the sky. Chapter 32-39. Below, the densely packed cultivator army was fighting against each other. Above, many great emperors were also fighting together. Stone Emperor Sutra, Earth Vein Transformation Dragon. While charging towards the other party, Lin Feng began to circulate the Stone Emperor Sutra. Stone Emperor Sutra, controlling the power of the 9 veins of the earth. This was an extremely powerful ultimate technique, and its power was extremely tyrannical. Rumble, rumble. The earth was shaking violently. Then, the earth split open. Dragons soared into the sky one after another. These giant dragons, they were formed from mountain rocks. This was the ability displayed after the Stone Emperor Sutra was circulated to the extreme. A total of 99 earth vein dragons appeared. Huff, huff, huff. One by one, the giant dragons spewed out powerful dragon breaths. They covered the sky and the sun. They began to suppress the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors of other foreign forces. The reason why the 9 states alliance chose to fight to the death with the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces in the Dragonfire state. Naturally, there was a reason, and the reason was underground. Below the Dragonfire state, there were many dragon veins, and Lin Feng, as the successor of the Celestial Master sect, his methods were extremely terrifying. He could borrow the power of the dragon veins to fight against his enemies. The power of the dragon veins. It was also a type of power of the earth veins. Now, Lin Feng was borrowing the power of the dragon veins. He displayed an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Condensing 99 giant dragons was the strongest ability that Lin Feng could achieve at the current stage. Borrowing the right time, place, and people to fight against his enemies. This was the ability of the Celestial Master sect. The Celestial Master sect was powerful in this place. Since ancient times, the cultivators of the Celestial Master sect had always been able to kill cultivators of higher realms at lower realms. The reason was because the cultivators of the Celestial Master sect had borrowed the right time, place, and people. They had done this just now. Otherwise, how could they have done this? The 99 giant dragons were constantly devouring the power of the dragon veins of the Dragonfire state. With the support of the power of the dragon veins, these giant dragons were extremely powerful. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect is truly heaven-defying. The great emperors of the 9 prefectures were also very shocked. Originally, some of them didn't understand why Lin Feng insisted on fighting to the death in the Dragonfire province. Now, he finally understood. 99 dragons might not be able to withstand the attack of the great emperor in a one-on-one battle. However, these 99 dragons were formed from the power of the dragon vein of the Dragonfire province. Therefore, even if it was destroyed, they could also be reborn continuously. These 99 giant dragons could at least hold the attention of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and great emperors of other factions. This greatly alleviated the pressure on the 9 prefectures' great emperor. After all, on the side of the 9 prefectures' great emperor, compared to the great emperors from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Fellow Taoists of the Geomaster lineage, I'll have to rely on you to break Lin Feng's technique? Saint Shiwu shouted in a deep voice. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I won't let you down. The two great emperors of the Geomaster lineage replied. Lin Feng had seen Su Tianmao of these two great emperors before. Lin Feng had never seen the other great emperor, Su Tiankuan. These two great emperors had awakened from the chaotic ancient era. Their strength should be at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. They had many methods and were also good at the operation of great arrays. This was because the Geomaster lineage had snatched away a portion of the Celestial Master sect's inheritance. Therefore, these two had also grasped a portion of the Celestial Master sect's methods. Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan began to circulate their techniques. Bang bang bang. Following that, one by one, the giant dragons' bodies exploded. And those giant dragons that exploded, they were unable to revive again. Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan's methods were indeed extremely strange. They actually suppressed Lin Feng's methods. If this continued, the 99 giant dragons would definitely be destroyed by Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan. Lin Feng looked at the Great Rock King and the others and said, "Follow me. Let's kill Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan together." All right. The Great Rock King, Peacock King, Fire Crow Taoist, and Stone Human King nodded. When they rushed towards Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan, immediately, experts arrived. They stopped everyone. You guys go quickly. These people will be blocked by us. A great emperor of the absolute beginning demon race shouted in a deep voice. He and a few other great emperors blocked the great emperors who were pouncing towards Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed to Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan's side. The Great Rock King and Peacock King joined forces to attack Su Tianmao. The Stone Human King and Fire Crow Taoist joined forces to attack Su Tiankuan. Quickly go and help. Shun Wandao's expression was extremely gloomy when he saw the situation here. A few emperor-level powerhouses quickly rushed over. Dragon language divine ability. Lin Feng continued to circulate the Stone Emperor scripture and replenish the 99 giant dragons. The 99 giant dragons used the dragon language divine ability together to deal with the incoming emperor-level powerhouses. Emperor-level powerhouses were simply too powerful. The attacks of these giant dragons were unable to withstand the attacks of these emperor-level powerhouses. A few emperor-level experts were rapidly approaching. Chimanduanjia, 8 trigrams technique. Suddenly, the 5 great emperors of Taoism charged over. These 5 great emperors joined forces to use the Taoism's Chimanduanjia technique. They condensed the 8 trigrams and enveloped the few emperor-level powerhouses who were quickly approaching. Although these great emperors of Taoism were only at the immortal emperor realm, however, Taoism's methods were extremely powerful, especially the Chimanduanjia technique. Once trapped in it, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Now, several emperor-level powerhouses were trapped in it. They needed to find the life gate in order to walk out of the 8 trigrams formation. Kill. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used all his strength to activate the 2 stone swords, the Hell King Bell, and the Sky Drum to attack Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan respectively. He assisted the Great Rock King, Peacock King, Stone Human King, and Fire Crow Taoist to deal with Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan together. Su Tianmao and Su Tiankuan were naturally very powerful. However, under the joint attacks of the Great Rock King and the others, the two of them couldn't hold on any longer. Moreover, Lin Feng's powerful supreme treasure was constantly affecting their minds. No! Su Tianmao roared unwillingly. Bang! The Great Rock King and Peacock King seized the opportunity and directly destroyed Su Tianmao's soul. No! Su Tiankuan couldn't help but cry out in fear. Bang! In the next moment, Su Tiankuan was also killed by the Stone Human King and Fire Crow Taoist. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said. Then, he quickly rushed towards a great emperor of the myriad races not far away. The Great Rock King, Peacock King, Stone Human King, and Fire Crow Taoist also scattered and looked for their opponents. The battle was tragic. The high and mighty great emperors of the past had now fallen one after another. Not only the myriad races, But also the great emperors of the other foreign forces had fallen. The great emperors of the 9 states were also falling one after another. The emperor's blood dyed the void red. Chapter 32:40. Lin Feng had the heavenly profound pagoda above his head and 2 stone swords in his hands. He charged towards the emperor of myriad races. The emperor of myriad races that Lin Feng had locked onto was a 5th-level emperor god. His cultivation was extremely strong. Seeing Lin Feng charging over, the emperor of myriad races said indifferently, "Kid, I've long heard that you have extraordinary means. Many people couldn't kill you because the people who did it were too useless. You're unlucky to meet me today." The great emperor of the 10,000 clans looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. The weapon in his hand was an extremely precious bronze weapon. It was a hammer-type treasure. When the hammer was swung out, its power was boundless. The great emperor of the 10,000 clans raised his weapon and threw it at Lin Feng. Facing the attack of that treasure, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. The magnetic field formed by the 3 layers of qi was instantly brought out by Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated the Sky Tyrant divine art, this powerful mystique, this was an extremely heaven-defying mystique because this mystique could increase the power of qi. After cultivating the Sky Tyrant divine art, Lin Feng's qi didn't increase to a deeper level. However, the power of qi had increased tremendously. In addition, during this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, now that Lin Feng had brought out the magnetic field, the power of the magnetic field, compared to before, more powerful. Boom! Accompanied by a series of violent vibrations. The magnetic field enveloped this emperor of myriad races. Under the effect of the magnetic field, the speed of this emperor of myriad races was greatly suppressed. And this emperor of myriad races cultivation, it was also greatly suppressed. It was already quite good that this emperor of myriad races could unleash 50 to 60% of his combat power. But Lin Feng was in a completely different situation. Lin Feng's battle prowess was enhanced by the magnetic field. When the attack came, the heavenly mystery pagoda was able to block it in an instant. As for Lin Feng, he swung the stone sword and slashed out at the emperor of the myriad races. The martial monarch of the 10,000 tribes flicked his finger and a jade talisman flew out. The jade talisman shattered instantly. Then, numerous runes appeared. The runes circled around the emperor of the myriad tribes. The stone sword slashed at the runes, but it was unable to break through them. Instead, there were sounds of violent collisions and friction. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of rune was really powerful. It actually blocked the stone sword's attack. The myriad race's cultivator wanted to retreat, because Lin Feng's defensive magic treasure was truly formidable. Wanting to break the attack of Lin Feng's defensive magic weapon was not an easy task. Therefore, the emperor of the myriad races wanted to attack Lin Feng from afar, but Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. Lin Feng rushed over quickly. He began to activate the power of the stone sword with all his might. Powerful dermic powers poured into the stone sword continuously. The power of the stone sword increased greatly. The stone sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed towards the other party once again. Clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of collision. Lin Feng's 2 stone swords directly destroyed the defensive runes around the myriad race's cultivator's body. Then, the stone sword vibrated with a peerless sword light. There was a sound. The stone sword directly tore the other party's body into 2. No. The emperor of the myriad races was injured. He screamed in horror and wanted to escape. However, Lin Feng rushed forward and shattered the body of the emperor of the myriad races with a punch. The emperor of the myriad races was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the emperor of the myriad races' origin source. Buzz. At this moment, a peerless light descended from the sky. It was like a flying immortal. It was terrifying to the extreme. That tyrannical sword strike instantly pierced towards him. The speed of that sword was too fast. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. That peerless sword actually pierced through the defensive light shield created by the heavenly mystery pagoda. Then, the sword stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. That terrifying sword strike was filled with boundless killing intent. It locked onto Lin Feng, wanting to stab Lin Feng to death with one sword. It was a cultivator dressed in black. This cultivator was the great emperor of the Assassin Planet. The Assassin Planet, a very special planet in the Outer Realm. On this planet lived the famous Assassin Clan. The Assassin Clan's methods were very strange. This clan, they were born with all kinds of concealment techniques. Therefore, this clan was born with the most powerful assassins, silently taking a person's life. This was the way of the assassin. The great emperor of the Yin Sha clan who had attacked Lin Feng had hidden himself very well. Until he was about to reach Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng just noticed his appearance. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be stabbed to death by the sword, suddenly, swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and narrowly dodged the assassin's killing blow. After successfully dodging the assassin's attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. That attack just now was really too dangerous. If he had been a step later, he was afraid that there would only be a path to death. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged the opponent's terrifying sword. At the next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. Endless domineering aura. At this moment, Lin Feng activated his supreme domineering aura and attacked the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. Endless domineering aura was a supreme attack technique recorded in the second heaven of supreme domineering aura. When the endless domineering aura was condensed, an invisible force instantly overturned the mountains and seas. It attacked the great emperor of the Assassin Clan in front of him. The great emperor of the Assassin Clan had already sensed the terrifying force behind him. However, it was too late for him to dodge. Pfft. The endless domineering aura was too powerful. After it attacked the great emperor of the Assassin Clan, it directly pierced the great emperor of the Assassin Clan's body, leaving many wounds. There were more than a dozen wounds that pierced through his body. Go to hell. Lin Feng's expression was cold. With the stone sword in his hand, he slashed towards the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. The great emperor of the Assassin Clan's expression changed drastically. Now, he could no longer dodge. So, he could only resist the attack of Lin Feng's stone sword. Clang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound. The great emperor of the Assassin Clan blocked the attack of the stone sword in Lin Feng's left hand. However, the stone sword in Lin Feng's right hand, it quickly pierced towards the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. The great emperor of the Assassin Clan had no time to block Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword pierced through the chest of the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. The second great emperor. He was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng shattered the body of the great emperor of the Assassin Clan. Only the source was left and was collected by him. Flesh and blood essence. I want to devour. I want to devour. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation surged out from the mountain river ring. Next, a low voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the Black Dragon Sword. Chapter 32:41. Black Dragon Sword. The treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the early days. This supreme treasure was extremely powerful. However, this supreme treasure had been sealed all this time. As a result, he had never been able to release his power. The Black Dragon Sword had only unlocked the third seal. Later, for a long time, Lin Feng had not been able to continue unlocking the seals for the Black Dragon Sword. But now, within the Black Dragon Sword, there was a terrifying fluctuation, and there was even a sound coming out. Lin Feng felt. Black Dragon Sword. It was very likely that the fourth seal was about to be unlocked. Come out. Lin Feng's spiritual will moved slightly. Instantly, the Black Dragon Sword quickly flew out. The Black Dragon Sword floated above Lin Feng. Roar, roar, roar. A series of loud dragon roars came out from within the Black Dragon Sword. Then, between heaven and earth, A large number of cultivators' flesh and blood had turned into blood chi and gathered together. It actually formed many blood-red dragons. Those blood-red dragons hovered in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The dragon's might was unparalleled. Everyone could not help but be shocked. At this moment, those were the blood-red dragons. All of them flew towards the black dragon sword. Very quickly, those blood-red dragons were all devoured by the black dragon sword. And the blood-red dragons were still condensing, as more and more blood-red dragons were devoured. The power of the black dragon sword also became more and more powerful. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the black dragon sword. At this moment, the black dragon sword seemed to be undergoing an extremely critical transformation. The transformation was successful. Dragon transformation. The transformation failed. This was definitely a huge blow to the black dragon sword. It's actually this treasure. Shang Tzu was shocked, as if he had recognized the origin of the black dragon sword. The heavenly snake demon empress asked curiously, "What sword is this?" Shang Tzu said, "The origin of this sword is not simple. It is a demon sword that spread out from the world inside the door of eternal life. It was called the black dragon sword, but I heard that it was later destroyed. But now, it seems that the rumors weren't true. The sword wasn't damaged, it was sealed." After hearing the origin of the black dragon sword, the others were shocked. The greatest secrets in this world were the door of everlasting life and the peerless divine court. The value of the items inside the door of everlasting life and the supreme divine court was unimaginable. However, there were also some differences between the door of everlasting life and the supreme celestial court. Inside the door of everlasting life, there would often be some top-notch magic treasures. In the supreme celestial court, there were often some top-notch treasures of heaven and earth or various materials. What secret is this sword hiding? A few cultivators of the Zun Qi layer wanted to attack Lin Feng and steal his sword. However, at this time, the monster race Old Emperor and the Buddhist Old Monk attacked. They intercepted the 6 Emperor Realm Masters. Amitabha, benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. The old Buddhist monk put his palms together and said. The old Buddhist monk was extremely powerful. His cultivation base could be said to be heaven-defying. Previously, he had even injured the heavenly snake demon empress. Now, the two of them were fighting against 6. Although they were unable to defeat the 6 Emperor Realm Masters, they were able to hold them back. Old bald donkey, I'll deal with you first today. The heavenly snake demon empress voice was cold. Her eyes flashed with cold killing intent as she quickly rushed towards the old monk. Boom! Immediately after, a great battle broke out. The monster race Old Emperor, the Buddhist Old Monk, and the 6 great emperors were engaged in a great battle. And at this moment, Lin Feng could feel the black dragon sword's crazily increasing power. Looking inside the black dragon sword, the powerful energy gathered together as if it had turned into a long river of energy. And that long river of energy was surging endlessly. It was constantly attacking the black dragon sword's 4th seal. However, after several attempts, it still failed to break through the black dragon sword's 4th seal. Back then, it was unknown who had added 9 seals to the black dragon sword. Countless years had passed. These seals, they were still as powerful as ever. Lin Feng put away the stone sword and other magic treasures. He quickly flew towards the black dragon sword. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the black dragon sword's sword hilt. Powerful magic power. It continuously poured into the black dragon sword. Lin Feng's magic power poured into the black dragon sword, helping the black dragon sword break the 4th seal. When Lin Feng grabbed the black dragon sword, he had a strange feeling. He felt as if he was one with the black dragon sword. This was a feeling of flesh and blood. At this moment, Lin Feng's 5 devouring black holes actually started to operate on their own. This is? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know why the 5 devouring black holes would start to operate on their own at this time. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng was also extremely surprised. The 5 devouring black holes merged into one. Then, a powerful devouring power spread out from the 5 devouring black holes. The flesh and soul essence left behind by the surrounding cultivators after they died were quickly devoured by Lin Feng. In the end, all of them converged into the Black Dragon Sword. Now, it wasn't just the Black Dragon Sword that was devouring the surrounding flesh and soul essence. Lin Feng also helped the Black Dragon Sword to devour the power of the flesh and soul essence. Roar! The artifact spirit of the Black Dragon Sword awakened. It was a huge black dragon, although it did not fly out of the Black Dragon Sword. However, it revealed the appearance of a huge dragon. That huge dragon's shadow roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. It shook the world for 100,000 miles. Finally, under the impact again and again, Yi Zichen was stunned. The Black Dragon Sword's fourth seal was broken. An unimaginably majestic power surged out from within the Black Dragon Sword. That power. It was too shocking. Lin Feng was currently holding onto the Black Dragon Sword and could feel how powerful the power within the Black Dragon Sword was. The power of the Black Dragon Sword that had unlocked the fourth seal had increased by who knows how many times. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the Black Dragon Sword, this supreme treasure, was still continuously devouring the flesh and soul essence of heaven and earth. Until now, almost 40 million cultivators had fallen from both sides, and more than 100 great Emperor-level experts had also fallen. It could be seen how powerful these flesh and soul essence were. The Black Dragon Sword seemed to want to open the fifth seal in one go, and what Lin Feng could do was to help the Black Dragon Sword open the fifth seal. Brat, go to hell. At this moment, a total of 6 myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign great emperors charged towards Lin Feng. These 6 great emperors. There was a great emperor of the 9th heaven of the Divine Lord Realm. There were 2 great emperors of the 10th heaven of the Divine Lord Realm. There were also 3 great emperors of the Immortal Emperor Realm. These great emperors all revealed killing intent as they joined forces to attack Lin Feng. Chapter 32-42. Although the Black Dragon Sword was extraordinary, but in the eyes of the 6 great emperors, the 6 of them joined forces. Lin Feng was definitely no match for them. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the bodies of the 6 great emperors. The 6 great emperors all took out their powerful magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. All kinds of terrifying attacks blasted towards Lin Feng. The power was strong. It was shocking. Feeling the terrifying attacks coming towards him, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Even if there were 6 great emperors besieging him. However, Lin Feng was still not afraid at all. Because, at this moment, Lin Feng felt the power in the Black Dragon Sword was as majestic as the sea, able to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword with both hands and growled. His hands suddenly swept. Suddenly, the terrifying sword light seemed to be able to destroy the sky as it swept towards the 6 great emperors. Clang, 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 clang. 6 consecutive violent collisions were heard. Then, the 6 great emperors were directly sent flying. Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying, perhaps to be precise. The power of the Black Dragon Sword was too strong, although it forced the 6 great emperors to retreat. However, Lin Feng still felt it. The power of the Black Dragon Sword. It had yet to display its peak, because the weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword had yet to make a move. The greatest power of these magic treasures was the master of the magic treasure. The magic treasure itself and the weapon spirit's power were released together. Then, it reached a peak in an instant. After the 6 great emperors were forced back, Lin Feng directly used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. 3 Lin Feng appeared. The 2 clones were lifelike. It was almost no different from the real Lin Feng. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish. The 3 Lin Feng spoke at the same time. This child's realm is not high. He is completely relying on his own magic treasure. Everyone, go all out. Don't hold back. It is enough to kill this child. An immortal emperor-level powerhouse said coldly. Good. Go all out. Kill him. The others also chimed in. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Powerful magic power continuously poured into his magic treasure. 6 great emperors. They once again besieged Lin Feng. 9-layered magnetic field. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. After using the 1 qi into 3 pure ones, Lin Feng could at most display a 9-layered magnetic field. This was also his limit. The power of the 9-fold magnetic field was raised to the extreme. Terrifying power spread out and enveloped the 6 great emperors. The 6 great emperors immediately realized that their speed had decreased sharply. His magic power declined. His own strength. It was also greatly suppressed. The 6 grand emperors were startled by this sudden development. Their mood instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, because only now did they know. He had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's reputation spread far and wide. Not only because Lin Feng had many treasures, Lin Feng also knew many incredible things. Many people were astonished. But now, Lin Feng displayed these powerful techniques. After displaying the 9-fold magnetic field, Lin Feng's first clone took out the stone sword, sky drum, and Hell King bell. The second clone took out the 9 demons picture, the 5 dragons wheel, and the other stone sword. After the 6 magic treasures were taken out, they locked onto the 6 great emperors. The 6 magic treasures attacked the 6 great emperors. The levels of Lin Feng's treasures were too high. The 6 great emperors had to be extremely careful. Facing the attacks of such high-level magic treasures, if they were careless, they might die. Lin Feng's original body locked onto the first great emperor. The great emperor that Lin Feng locked onto was the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm. That great emperor's strength was extremely powerful, but now he was held back by the stone sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and charged towards the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm. Seeing Lin Feng charging over, the expression of the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm changed slightly. The weapon in his hand was a mace-type weapon. This great emperor circulated all of his magic power and sent the stone sword flying. Then, he wanted to retreat quickly, but at this moment, Lin Feng arrived. Lin Feng slashed towards the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm. The boundless energy within the black dragon sword surged. That energy, it was simply earth-shattering. It shocked Lin Feng, because that energy, it was simply too powerful. The great emperor in the 9th heaven couldn't escape in time. He could only wave the mace-type treasure in his hand and smash it towards Lin Feng. Clang! Following that, a sonorous collision sound could be heard. Lin Feng's black dragon sword and the mace clashed. Following that, the mace was sliced apart like tofu by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. That spiked mace was a bronze tool, and everyone knew bronze weapons represented power. It was very difficult to destroy a precious treasure like the bronze artifact. Now, it was easily sliced into 2 by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. It was simply unimaginable. No one dared to believe that this was real. But this was real. Lin Feng's black dragon sword continued to slash towards the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm. No, no, no. The great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm screamed in horror. But no one could save him. The next moment, the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm was sliced into 2 by the black dragon sword. Lin Feng kept the great emperor's source. The great emperor's flesh and soul were swallowed by the black dragon sword. At that very moment, the black dragon sword was still swallowing the flesh and soul in the universe. So, the black dragon sword's power kept on increasing. It was getting stronger and stronger. People couldn't help but be extremely shocked. After killing the great emperor in the 9th heaven of Emperor God realm, Lin Feng charged towards the second great emperor. The second great emperor. He was a great emperor in the 10th heaven of Emperor God realm. Under the control of the first clone, the stone sword and Hell King bell attacked the great emperor in the 10th heaven of Emperor God realm. The stone sword and Hell King bell were so powerful. It was already not easy for the great emperor in the 10th heaven of Emperor God realm to block them. Now that he was attacked by Lin Feng, he was in an even more difficult situation. The great emperor sent the stone sword and Hell King bell flying with much difficulty. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived. He was sent flying with a slash. The treasure in the great emperor's hand was also broken by the black dragon sword. Die. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. He was like a shadow. He instantly charged in front of the great emperor. Then, he slashed with a slash. I can't accept this. The great emperor roared unwillingly. The next moment, the great emperor's head was chopped off by Lin Feng's slash. Fresh blood instantly spurted out, under the reflection of the emperor blood. Chapter 32-43. 2 of the 6 great emperors had been killed. There were 4 left. Lin Feng locked onto the 3rd great emperor. This great emperor. It was another 10th heaven great emperor of the God Emperor realm. Lin Feng planned to kill the 3 great emperors of the God Emperor realm first. Then, he would kill the other 3 great emperors of the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Feng's plan was extremely good. This wishful thinking was quite good. So, at this moment, Lin Feng charged towards the 3rd great emperor at lightning speed. Lin Feng had killed 2 great emperors, and it had caused quite a bit of panic. Hence, the remaining 4 great emperors didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. They wanted to retreat quickly. But these 4 great emperors were all held back. When the 3rd great emperor saw Lin Feng charging towards him, his expression changed again and again. Lin Feng's strong fighting power had deeply shocked this great emperor. Lin Feng had killed a great emperor of the 10th great supreme god layer, who was at the same cultivation level as him. Hence, Lin Feng naturally had the fighting power to kill him. This point, this great emperor was very clear. But this great emperor wanted to escape, but he couldn't do so, because this great emperor was held back by Lin Feng's 3 treasures: Stone Sword, Sky Drum, Hellking Bell. The power of these 3 treasures was too strong. Anyone who was held back by these 3 treasures wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng quickly charged towards the 3rd great emperor. Everyone, come and help me kill this kid. This great emperor bellowed. He wanted to seek reinforcements. But, as for the other 3 immortal emperors, they were also being held back. They couldn't attack, and the rest of the great emperors had opponents. Similarly, they couldn't help. In this way, the cultivator of the 10th great supreme god layer had no choice but to face Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng raised his black dragon sword and threw it at the great emperor of the 10th great supreme god layer. That terrifying slash. It instantly split open the void. It was so powerful. It made people turn pale with fright. That 10th heaven's god emperor realm great emperor was currently fighting with the stone sword, Hellking Bell, and heavenly drum. At this moment, he couldn't deal with Lin Feng's attack. Pooh! Lin Feng's sword slashed through the air. Instantly, the sound of tearing could be heard. Blood splattered. The head of the 3rd great emperor was beheaded by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the great emperor's original strength. The great emperor's flesh and soul were devoured by the black dragon sword. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked at the 3 other great emperors icily. These 3 great emperors. They were all experts of immortal emperors, although there was only a difference of 1 realm between immortal emperors and god emperors. But the difference between immortal emperors and god emperors was like heaven and earth. The difference was too big. The weakest immortal emperor realm cultivator was many times stronger than the strongest god emperor realm cultivator. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses like Lin Feng in this world, to be able to fight across realms. But such cultivators were rare after all. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They weren't representative. Don't hold back. Otherwise, everyone will die in the hands of this kid. An immortal emperor expert said in a deep voice. All right, then let's go all out and kill this kid. The other 2 immortal emperors nodded. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 immortal emperors. Next, waves of terrifying energy waves surged out of their bodies. One could vaguely see that there were immortal emperor laws twisting the void at their dantions. The 3 immortal emperors didn't hold back anymore. They used their strongest technique. Powerful magic power continuously poured into their magic treasures. Then, their magic treasures quickly sent the 3 magic treasures controlled by Lin Feng's 2nd clone flying. And at this moment, The 3 magic treasures controlled by Lin Feng's first clone had already arrived in front of the 3 immortal emperors. Then, they slashed towards the 3 immortal emperors. The 3 immortal emperors were already prepared. The 3 immortal emperors each used an extremely powerful divine ability. The powerful divine ability bombarded the 3 magic treasures, although they couldn't destroy Lin Feng's 3 magic treasures. But with the cultivation of the 3 immortal emperors, they sent the 3 magic treasures flying. There was no problem. The 3 magic treasures were sent flying, and the 3 immortal emperors quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The first immortal emperor's magic treasure was a heavenly halberd. The second immortal emperor used a blood-colored demonic saber. The third immortal emperor's magic treasure was a cold halberd. The power of the 3 magic treasures. Each one was stronger than the other. It was extremely terrifying. It vibrated with a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The 3 immortal emperors charged towards Lin Feng with the power of their magic treasures. The 3 immortal emperors were too powerful. Their battle strength was extremely terrifying. When the 3 immortal emperors' attacks arrived, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel suffocated. An immortal emperor-level expert was indeed very different from an immortal emperor-level cultivator. The battle strength of a cultivator of this level was simply too powerful. Even the current Lin Feng, if he didn't rely on these magic treasures, if he had a life and death battle with an immortal emperor-level cultivator, the chances of winning weren't particularly high. Kid, die. The 3 immortal emperor-level experts were extremely confident in their attacks. Now, they pushed their magic power to the extreme, and each of them took out their own life magic treasure. Therefore, the attacks of the 3 immortal emperor-level experts at this moment, it was almost the strongest attack they could make now. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Facing the attacks of the 3 immortal emperor-level experts, his magic power continuously poured into the Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng was communicating with the Black Dragon Sword. He tried to release the more powerful power of the Black Dragon Sword. Right now, the Black Dragon Sword was connected to Lin Feng's mind. The Black Dragon Sword was simply like Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword in his hand. A sword swept towards the 3 immortal emperors. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sound of 3 clanging collisions. The Black Dragon Sword once again displayed its might. This time, it actually destroyed the life magic treasures of the 3 immortal emperors. The 3 immortal emperors were shocked. After their life magic treasures were destroyed, they suffered different degrees of backlash. The 3 of them retreated while vomiting blood, their faces pale, and Lin Feng locked onto an immortal emperor. He quickly rushed to the side of this immortal emperor. Then, he raised the treasure sword in his hand. He slashed towards this immortal emperor. The Black Dragon Sword shook out waves of destructive waves. The power was simply too strong. The immortal emperor-level expert quickly took out a defensive magic treasure to block the attack of the Black Dragon Sword. But the Black Dragon Sword was invincible. It instantly tore apart the opponent's defensive magic treasure. Then, Poochie, Black Dragon Sword. Chapter 32-44. Now, Lin Feng's mood was surging, because the power of the Black Dragon Sword was too powerful. It was unimaginably powerful. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Such a powerful Black Dragon Sword. For Lin Feng, it was definitely a great help. Now, more and more experts appeared, and the Black Dragon Sword had unlocked the 4th seal in time. For Lin Feng, naturally, it was extremely important. Only the 2 of you are left. Are you ready to die? Lin Feng looked coldly at the last 2 people. In his eyes, flashing with a dense killing intent, the last 2 people. One was at the 4th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, while the other was at the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. They were both very powerful. But, so what? Now that Lin Feng had the Black Dragon Sword, he was full of confidence. He had great confidence in killing these 2 Immortal Emperor realm experts. Lin Feng locked onto the 2nd Immortal Emperor realm expert. Then, he quickly rushed towards this Immortal Emperor realm expert. His eyes couldn't help but reveal an extremely cold gaze. His killing intent was like the sea. Lin Feng directly waved the black dragon sword and slashed towards this immortal Emperor Realm expert. This immortal Emperor Realm expert wanted to block Lin Feng's attack, but he was powerless to resist. Pucci, this immortal Emperor Realm expert, was directly split into two by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. This powerful treasure. This immortal Emperor Realm expert had fallen. Lin Feng also absorbed this immortal Emperor Realm expert's source, and the black dragon sword also absorbed this immortal Emperor Realm expert's flesh and soul. Every time it devoured the flesh and soul of a great Emperor Realm expert, the power of the black dragon sword would become even stronger, and the distance to unlocking the fifth seal, it would go one step further. You're the only one left. Lin Feng looked coldly at the third immortal Emperor Realm expert. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and charged towards the third immortal Emperor Realm expert. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a huge secret. The Celestial Emperor looked at Lin Feng, begging him for mercy. Originally, he and the other 5 great emperors were full of confidence. They believed that with the combined strength of the 6 great emperors, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. But who would have thought that it would end up like this? 5 great emperors had died in battle. Now, he was also facing the threat of death. His original pride had now vanished into thin air. This immortal emperor only wanted to live, even if he had to abandon his dignity. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't let him go just because this immortal emperor begged for mercy. As for the big secret mentioned by this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator, Lin Feng wasn't interested in knowing. There were too many secrets in this world. Lin Feng had no interest in exploring those secrets that he didn't know were true or false. The black dragon sword contained an unparalleled sharpness as it slashed towards the immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. Whoosh! Suddenly, this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator actually took out dozens of powerful jade talismans. Those jade talismans directly exploded, a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Instantly, it surged out from the exploded jade talismans. The void directly shattered. The attack of the jade talismans was simply too terrifying. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator wanted to use dozens of jade talismans to kill Lin Feng. When those jade talismans exploded, the destructive power instantly flooded towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a threatening aura from those jade talismans. Those exploding jade talismans. It was enough to take his life. Lin Feng was very clear about this. You stupid guy, I have been deliberately distracting you just now in order to take out these jade talismans. Now, you can die. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile on his face. Thinking that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the jade talismans, this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator instantly became extremely excited. Because when Lin Feng was killed by the explosion, when the time came, all of Lin Feng's treasures would belong to him. After thinking of this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator couldn't wait to see Lin Feng be immediately killed by the explosion. However, seeing that Lin Feng was about to be drowned by the explosive power, swish! Suddenly, a light flashed. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the moment of life and death, Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique. He died on behalf of himself. He avoided this calamity. No, impossible. Seeing that Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator suddenly cried out in disbelief. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator and slashed towards this immortal Emperor Realm cultivator, facing Lin Feng's tyrannical sword. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator sensed it, but it was too late to dodge. Pucci! The sound of tearing was suddenly heard. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator's body was directly torn apart. This immortal Emperor Realm cultivator was killed by Lin Feng. At this point, the 6 great emperors who besieged Lin Feng were all killed, and Lin Feng had already killed 8 great emperors. Lin Feng had collected the source of the 3rd immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. The black dragon sword had absorbed the flesh and soul of this immortal emperor. Lin Feng planned to continue looking for his next target. Right now, the black dragon sword was continuously absorbing the flesh and soul of cultivators. These flesh and soul could release the power of the black dragon sword in a short period of time. And during this period of time, it was the time when Lin Feng was killing in all directions. Lin Feng also planned to kill a few more great emperors of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces during this period of time. However, just as Lin Feng was searching for his next target, behind Lin Feng, the void directly split open. The old golden crow appeared and directly attacked Lin Feng with his palm. The old golden crow's appearance was too sudden. This old thing was an Imperial Emperor realm expert. The old golden crow that Lin Feng had painstakingly killed was just a clone of this old fart. Now, this old fart personally made a move to kill Lin Feng. The heaven patching technique and the great death substitution technique had already been used. Therefore, now, Lin Feng had no way to dodge. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the magic immunity rune. These magic immunity runes had just appeared. The old golden crow's attack had already landed on Lin Feng's body. Bang! Along with the dull sound of collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng was sent flying by the old golden crow, even though he had the protection of the magic immunity divine ability. But the old golden crow's realm was too high. It directly broke the magic immunity divine ability. After all, there was a limit to the magic immunity divine ability. It could be immune to attacks within a certain limit, but if it exceeded that limit too much, it would be difficult to be immune. Half of Lin Feng's body exploded. He looked rather miserable. The old golden crow walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His sinister eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, the crown prince died tragically in your hands. I wish I could cut you into 1,000 pieces. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly later. Instead, I will torture you ruthlessly and make you beg for death." As soon as he finished speaking, the old golden crow attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Chapter 32:45. Lin Feng operated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries, and then looked at the old golden crow with a cold gaze. This old thing's cultivation was powerful. It was suffocating, but the power of the black dragon sword, it had not been completely released yet. Because of the large amount of flesh and blood essence that had been devoured, the black dragon sword's weapon spirit had been revived. Once he communicated with the weapon spirit, the power of the black dragon sword would be able to reach the peak level. When the time came, the power of the black dragon sword would be incomparable. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the black dragon sword's weapon spirit. At the same time, powerful mana continued to pour into the black dragon sword. The aura of the black dragon sword was getting stronger and more terrifying. Black dragon sword, it was as if it had turned into a peerless and invincible immortal sword. Roar. One could vaguely hear the sound of a dragon's roar resounding through heaven and earth. The weapon spirit of the black dragon sword let out a long roar. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions. The strength of the attack was truly shocking. Lin Feng charged towards the old golden crow with the black dragon sword in his hand. When the weapon spirit of the black dragon sword also began to release a powerful force, Lin Feng felt, in an instant, he himself, it was as if he had turned into the immortal ruler of heaven and earth. With a light sweep of the sword in his hand, he could shatter the entire world. The black dragon sword had only unlocked the 4th seal. There were still 5 more seals behind it. After every seal was unlocked, the power of the black dragon sword would suddenly increase. He really didn't know what level the power of the black dragon sword would increase to after unlocking the 9th seal. Think about it. They all had a feeling of surging emotions. Slay immortals and devils. Break all the Tao. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. That unparalleled and invincible sword descended from the sky and slashed down. A terrifying attack. It was accompanied by a destructive fluctuation. As if it was splitting Mount Hua, it slashed down towards the old golden crow. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, the old golden crow's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his hands. His nails, they began to grow longer and longer. The nails on his hands, they turned into stone nails. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This old thing, He had actually refined his own fingernails into a magic treasure. Furthermore, the old golden crow's fingernails had already materialized. Was this a stone-type magical equipment? He didn't know how the old golden crow did it. It was simply inconceivable. Clang. When Lin Feng's invincible slash came down, the golden crow directly used his fingernails to block Lin Feng's attack. Clanging noises immediately rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. The black dragon sword was unable to cut off the old golden crow's fingernails. This made Lin Feng feel very inconceivable. Ant-like thing, do you think you can compete with me by relying on a magic treasure? What a daydream. As soon as he finished speaking, the old golden crow had already launched his attack. Just now, he had used the fingernail of his left hand to block the attack of the black dragon sword. At this very moment, he used his right hand to attack Lin Feng. Sharp claws. This was the most powerful weapon. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. That kind of power was really shocking and moving. This was an attack from an emperor-level expert. It was naturally peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly displayed the endless domineering aura of the supreme domineering aura. When the endless domineering aura was released, bang! The endless domineering aura directly hit the old golden crow's body. It directly sent the old golden crow flying. The old golden crow, who had suffered the attack of the endless domineering aura, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As expected of an attack released by the second heaven of the supreme domineering aura, it was really a peerless attack. Even the old golden crow, who was an emperor-level expert, was injured. Little bastard, you deserve to die 1,000 times. After the old golden crow was injured, he immediately roared, and his eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. The old golden crow, he was an emperor-level expert, a cultivator of this level. He was high and mighty. He looked askance at the cultivators of the heavens. But now, the old golden crow was actually injured by Lin Feng, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. For the old golden crow, it was simply a great humiliation. How could the old golden crow accept this? This matter would definitely become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, the old golden crow suddenly had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces and tear his body into pieces. Now, the old golden crow only had one thought. That was to capture Lin Feng and torture Lin Feng ruthlessly first. After torturing Lin Feng until he was better off dead, he would then cut Lin Feng into pieces. Finally, he would send Lin Feng's soul into purgatory. He would be tortured for eternity. He would never be reincarnated. Whoosh! The old golden crow went completely crazy. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, his sharp claws grabbing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to quickly retreat and get rid of this old thing. However, he realized that he had been completely locked onto by the old golden crow. He couldn't get rid of this old thing even if he wanted to. The old golden crow's realm was profound. Wasn't it very easy to deal with Lin Feng? A cold light flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. The battle strength that the old golden crow displayed made him extremely fearful. Lin Feng quickly took out 2 stone swords. At the same time, he took out a magnetic field. It assisted the black dragon sword to deal with the old golden crow. Golden crow world. Suppress. The old golden crow's expression was indifferent. He used his ultimate skill, a golden crow world. It condensed and formed. It was a golden world. It was hazy. It was mysterious and unfathomable. That world was surrounded by endless divine light. It was dazzling and incomparably gorgeous. However, under that seemingly beautiful appearance, there was endless killing intent. When the golden crow world came crashing down, an unprecedentedly powerful oppressive force swept through his entire body. Lin Feng felt. It was as if his body could not move. Even the stone sword was frozen in midair. He could not move forward. How can an ant like you, who has not even entered the great emperor realm, withstand the attack of an imperial emperor? No matter how monstrous a person is, it is impossible to defeat an imperial emperor realm expert before entering the great emperor realm. If such an existence really appears, the heavenly Tao will think of ways to destroy such an existence. The old golden crow walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Lin Feng's neck. Just as he was about to catch Lin Feng, suddenly, the old golden crow felt a bone-chilling aura. He turned around and looked behind him. He immediately saw. It was an old figure. It appeared behind him. The old emperor of the human race. He had appeared without a sound. After seeing the old emperor of the human race, the old golden crow's pupils constricted violently. Without thinking, he turned around and rushed into the distance. Great heaven demon slaying palm. The old emperor of the human race attacked the old golden crow with his palm. No, no, no. The old golden crow cried out in horror. Chapter 32:46. Senior. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the old emperor of the human race. On the human race's side, the old emperor of the human race was definitely one of the strongest existences. Now that the old emperor of the human race had appeared, Lin Feng could finally relax. His crisis had been resolved. Moreover, the old emperor of the human race had participated in this battle. For the 9 states, it was definitely a great help. The old emperor of the human race. He was definitely someone who could turn the tide of the battle. Just as the old emperor of the human race was about to kill the old golden crow with one strike. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was suddenly heard. Then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged cultivator surrounded by endless holy light. His aura was truly too powerful, causing people to involuntarily feel a kind of feeling of shock. The leader of the sacred god race, the ultimate saint emperor. When they saw the mysterious existence that suddenly appeared, many experts of the myriad races couldn't help but exclaim, "The ultimate saint emperor." He was definitely a legendary figure. This person was the leader of the sacred god race. As the leader of the sacred god race, the number 1 race of the myriad races, the cultivation of the ultimate saint emperor was naturally terrifying. This person's life could be described as legendary, and it was said that this ultimate saint emperor's cultivation had already surpassed the emperor realm. He had reached the level of the sacred emperor. This was the 6th stage of the 7 heavens of the great emperor realm. Even higher, this was the supreme imperial lord realm. If the emperor realm broke through again, he would be able to peek into the mysteries of the immortal realm. But in reality, in this era, it was very rare to see an emperor realm expert. After the ultimate saint emperor appeared, he struck a palm strike at the old emperor of the human race. That terrifying palm was so powerful that people couldn't help but be shocked by it. Bang! The 2 sides collided. Then, both of them quickly retreated. After the collision, no one could do anything to the other. The old emperor of the human race is so strong. He actually blocked the attack of the ultimate saint emperor. Many cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed, how terrifying was the sacred emperor realm expert. But now, the human race of the 9 states actually had someone who could fight against the sacred emperor. It was unbelievable. People couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked. Very good. The holy emperor's voice was indifferent. His voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. It was cold and eerie. It made people's hair stand on end. Old emperor of the human race. You should be the strongest great emperor in the 9 provinces, right? A second voice suddenly rang out. An old man stepped forward. This was an expert from the heaven fiend race. Sunset Devil Emperor. Many people cried out in alarm. The Sunset Demon Emperor of the Sky Devil clan was no ordinary great emperor. He was also a saint emperor. This was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Looks like I'm not late. A third voice could be heard. The third expert arrived, surrounded by endless starlight. This was the great emperor of the extraterritorial race. Sacred Star Emperor. The extraterrestrial cultivators couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The Star Clan was one of the most powerful clans in the extraterritorial region. They occupied several vast star areas. It was a giant force in the starry sky world. This clan had a strong foundation. Very few people dared to provoke this clan. This sacred star great emperor was also a saint emperor. Ha 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 ha, I've kept everyone waiting. Fortunately, I didn't miss this event. Loud laughter could be heard. The 4th expert arrived. This expert was dressed in a long green robe, and had an otherworldly aura. Realm Lord 9 Mysteries. The Realm Lord of the 9 Mysteries Great World. Many people cried out in alarm. This was also a peerless expert. The 9 Mysteries Great World. It was one of the great worlds closest to the 9 provinces Great World. This great world was also filled with experts. And the Realm Lord 9 Mysteries. He was the #1 expert of the 9 Mysteries Great World. After the Realm Lord 9 Mysteries arrived, no other Saint Emperors arrived. But even so, for Saint Emperors had also arrived one after another. Whether it was the ultimate Saint Emperor, the Sunset Demon Emperor, the Sunset Demon Emperor, or the Realm Lord 9 Mysteries. These 4 existences, any one of them, they were all experts that could shake the world. The cultivation of these experts was unimaginable. The arrival of the 4 Saint Emperors. For a moment, the air seemed to condense. The cultivators of both sides who were engaged in a great battle also dispersed. Until now, both sides had suffered heavy losses. There were still about 30 million cultivators left in the 9 prefectures' cultivator army. They had lost more than 40 million cultivators. As for the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces, there were about 15 million cultivators left. They had lost about 20 million cultivators. Of the 127 great emperors of the 9 prefectures, there were only 79 left. In the Great Emperor War, they had lost 48 great emperors. As for the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces, in addition to the 298 great emperors of the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the Earth Master lineage, there were 159 people. They had lost a total of 139 great emperors on their side. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose situation. But the 9 prefectures couldn't afford to lose. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces. But they could afford to lose. Because these people were invaders. Even if the entire army was wiped out, it wouldn't hurt their foundation. But the 9 prefectures, it had already hurt their foundation. If the remaining 30 million cultivators also died, the 9 prefectures would have no fresh troops. Now, the cultivators on both sides gathered together, forming a confrontation. Is there only one holy emperor in the 9 prefectures? The Sunset Demon Emperor said sinisterly. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures had gloomy expressions. Holy Emperor. An expert of this level was simply too terrifying. Only the old emperor of the 9 prefectures had reached this level, now that the old emperor had made a move. But the old emperor was only one person. The other party had sent out 4 holy emperors. One person is enough, the old emperor said. His body was already very old, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. The fire of life. It was also extremely weak. But the old emperor of the human race stood there. No one dared to underestimate the old emperor of the human race. He was facing 4 holy emperors alone. He was still fearless. Oomph. Old thing, you're about to be buried in peace. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Realm Lord Joshuan couldn't help but sneer. He didn't put the old emperor of the human race in his eyes at all, because he was at the peak of his life. And the old emperor of the human race, he was at the end of his life. The old emperor of the human race said with an indifferent expression, "You can try. This old man wants to know how many people I can drag down with me." The 4 holy emperors couldn't help but raise their eyebrows violently. Experts of their level, high and mighty, how could they join forces to deal with one person? These holy emperors didn't care about doing so at all. I can kill you alone. Realm Lord Joshuan looked at the old emperor of the human race with contempt. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.